Oh, here he is.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I would like to now call the July 8th, 2025, 7 p.m. City Council regular session to order. The city's YouTube channel is where you can live stream this meeting. You can also go to longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 and 880. May we have a roll call, please, Don?
Mayor Peck.
Present.
Councilmember Christ. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Ferring. Here. Councilmember McCoy. Present. Councilmember Popkin. Present. Councilmember Rodriguez. Here. Councilmember Yarbrough. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
As a reminder to the public, in accordance with Council's rules of procedures, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard, and you must provide your address and name on the sign-up sheet before the meeting. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing items, but you're asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. And anyone may speak at final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. Moving on, I would like a motion for the June 17th, 2025 regular session minutes.
Second.
Those have been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Is there any discussion or comments on those meetings minutes? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. We are now at agenda revisions and submissions of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Councilor Yarbrough? Let's try that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask council for approval to, I think we all got the email from Sunanda for Nepali Jatra event. And this year, for one who knows about starting events on your own, and when you don't have enough sponsorships and enough funding, she needed, in her email, she stated that she would ask council for $5,000 to help her to overcome her deficit for the festival on July, next weekend, the 19th. So I am asking for approval for that amount of money for Nepali Jatra.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been the motion to give out of our council contingency fund $5,000 to Sunanda for her Nepali Jatra Festival was made by Councilor Yarbrough and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo-Ferring. Is there any discussion? A one-time funding.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Dawn. Seeing no discussion, Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I think this is the first time I've come across this since being appointed to council, so I just had a clarifying question for Councilwoman Yarbrough. In what other situations do we, what other past events or festivals for other groups and festivities has council provided support in this kind of capacity? I'm asking just genuinely out of ignorance here.
I think pretty much pretty much all of our cultural events like Juneteenth, Cinco de Mayo, cultural events that start off with no funding. Council has supported these cultural events until they get continuous sponsorship. And once they have enough sponsorship, then they usually don't come back and ask. Nepali Jatra has been around. She started, I think, the same year I started, Juneteenth, and she had quite a few sponsorships. But she also gets funding from LMAC,
Which is?
Longmont Multicultural Action Committee.
Yes, thank you.
And so, I mean, I totally get it and understand, like I said, Cinco de Mayo also has in the past requested for funding. What other, can you remember, Don, what other, oh, Sandy's there. Here you go, Sandy.
Hello. Let me see if I can help out a little bit. Hello, Mayor, members of Council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. So there's several different programs that help to fund different events. I think what's important to know is that there is a difference between city-produced events, which Cinco de Mayo now is a city-produced event, sponsored by the Youth Center and approved by the City Council. That includes things like Rhythm on the River or Rhythm at Roosevelt. It also includes the 4th of July party that we just had. Those are things that the city, festivals that the city is putting on. In addition, different organizers can also apply for city sponsorship. What city sponsorship is, and you see each of those, council approves those. And that city sponsorship basically includes in-kind services like trash services or police or being able to use the recreation stage. There are several events that currently under city sponsored, including Unity in the Community, Juneteenth, the Nepali Jatra event. I feel like there's one more I'm missing. The Boulder, that's different. Parades are a little bit different. Pride Festival, that was the other one. Yeah. So those are kind of in-kind services. And then, as Councilmember Yarbrough mentioned, the Longmont Multicultural Action Committee also gives grants out to cultural events, which Nepali Jatra does have a grant. What she was asking for, however, was a council allocation. This is not really a program that the council has. There has been an allocation given to Juneteenth for the last couple of years in order to kind of get them started. This is completely at council's discretion. So there's not a program that people apply for when it comes to just a financial cash contribution from contingency. So there's lots of things going on there.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so just to, again, make sure I'm straight on this, have there been other events that have asked for council contingency support or been supported by that in the past too?
Juneteenth for the last 2 years.
Okay.
Also, before that, there had been, several events through some of the
Great.
breweries. That's what led to our program.
And then the last question I had, the Nepali Jatra event that we're referring to is the Nepali Jatra Festival of Colors event on July 19th, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Hooray. Okay, we are now at, I'm sorry, Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I didn't want to wait till the end of the meeting to bring people's attention to this, but this next couple of days, we're expecting a high temperatures in this area particularly. And just want to make sure that businesses that have workers that are working outside are actually adhering to Colorado state laws and standards for how long people can be out there. I've already spoken to Harold a little bit about this and just I know the city is taking care of this, but just checking to see that if we're doing anything special, maybe towards the end of the meeting, Harold can give me a little bit of an update on are we providing any cooling centers or anything like that for people? If you don't know right away.
Okay, Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. And thank you, Councilmember McCoy, for your concern on the extreme heat that is rolling in. I wanted to, so the more I've learned about early childhood education in the state and some of the cost barriers that are very real and increasing, the more I've been trying to think about different ways that we can start to address that. And I want to offer a motion to direct the Planning and Zoning Commission tonight to kickstart some thoughtful, hopefully thoughtful discussion on this topic. So the motion I'd like to offer is to direct the Planning and Zoning Commission to review current zoning and land use for early childhood education facilities and recommend land use changes, should any be necessary, to make it easier to build and operate such facilities.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Counselor Popkin made the motion to direct Planning and Zoning Commission to review current zoning and land use for early childhood education facilities. That was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Is there any other discussion? Counselor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. This isn't really necessarily any sort of discussion, but I want to remind property owners that regardless of whether you are a nonprofit or for-profit, the state of Colorado allows you property tax exemption if you are renting your property to a qualified early childhood education facility.
Thank you. Counselor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to add, I think last year, Councilor Martin introduced the idea that we could add early childhood education to mixed use or primary employment areas. Am I correct in that? I'm trying to remember exactly where it was.
So,
Yeah, Mayor.
City Manager, yes.
I'm going to look at Grant. So, yes, that was the direction, and they're getting ready to bring the adjustments to the code. What date, Grant? At the next meeting.
On this
that-
topic?
On mixed-use employment.
Oh.
So it's not looking beyond that area. That was a very specific direction from council. So that's coming on the 22nd.
Okay.
So I'm assuming council doesn't, I don't want to assume. Do you
Go for
want us to delay bringing that forward for this other conversation, or do you want us to continue bringing that piece forward?
You know, for me, I think both of them are important. Since you've already done the research on this, I see no reason to delay
Yep.
that. And then if Mr. Popkins' motion passes, that'll just be another.
And if that happens, maybe when we bring it back, Grant can say this is what is remaining that we need to look
okay.
at.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Pumpkin, did you want to say?
Yeah, I think I'm pleased to hear that that's coming through. I wasn't familiar with. I guess that discussion happened after I left the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or sorry. Well, if I wasn't on council, then I would have been on the Planning and Zoning Commission when that was discussed, but it wasn't, to my knowledge.
Grant Pentland, Planning and Development Services Director. Just for clarity as well, what we're bringing forward this month is specifically related to daycare. Obviously, there's some overlap there in terms of education that's provided as part of daycare services, but what you'll see later this month, again, is just focused on daycare.
Noted. Okay, thank you. Then I fully stand by my motion, and I'll just share for context when I'm looking at the land use category table of Envision Longmont and the primary and secondary uses that are allowed there. I would love Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation on whether it should be primary, secondary, or just more broadly if it should be an allowable use in that category of zoning that we have. So
Okay.
that's the spirit and the intent of the motion.
Okay. All right, seeing no other discussion, let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are now at City Manager's Report.
Comments, Mayor, Council?
Thank you. Special reports and presentations. We have a proclamation tonight, and it's a proclamation designating July 14th through the 20th, 2025 as Nepali Jatra Week in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the City of Longmont recognizes and celebrates the cultural diversity that strengthens and enriches our community, and whereas the Nepali community has made significant contributions to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of Longmont, sharing traditions that promote unity, understanding, and cultural pride. And whereas Nepali Jatra is a vibrant cultural event that honors the rich heritage of Nepal through traditional music, dance, food, arts, and communal celebrations, offering an opportunity for all residents to engage with and learn about Nepali customs and values. And whereas celebrating Nepali Jatra fosters cultural appreciation, cross-cultural dialogue, and a sense of belonging among residents of diverse backgrounds. And whereas the third week of July has been chosen to recognize and celebrate Nepali Jatra, marking a time of unity and joyful celebration in the community. Now, therefore, I, Joan Peck, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the week of July 14th through the 20th, 2025, as Nepali Jatra Week in Longmont, and encourage all residents to take part in the festivities, learn about Nepali heritage, and celebrate the spirit of multiculturalism that makes our community strong. I have been to several of these celebrations and festivals. They're amazing. So if you haven't had the opportunity to experience this cultural festivity, then I suggest you do. So would you like to make a couple of comments and then come up and receive the proclamation? Of course. You get to say whatever you want. Can you turn on the microphone? It's in the upper bottom right.
I think I got it. Okay.
Oh, great.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Peck, council members, and everyone here.
Can I have you say your name, please?
Oh, my name is Sunanda Dangol. I am the organizer along with Nepali community members, but I take the lead to organize the event. Unfortunately, we do not have the Nepali community here, but again, you can see them in 2 weeks when you attend Nepali Jatra on July 19th, and I humbly request each of you to please be present and experience the Nepali culture. Here, I would like to thank you so much for this recognition. On the behalf of Nepali community, I'm grateful to receive this proclamation for Nepali Jatra. Nepali Jatra is not just a celebration of Nepali heritage, it is a celebration for the entire city. It is free and open to the public where everyone is welcome. We bring people together in a joyful, meaningful way through food, music, dance, and cultural exchange. Over the years, we have seen how Nepali Jatra has grown not only in size, but in spirit. More people from different communities join us each year, and response has been incredibly positive. Many attendees have shared how much they appreciated the chance to learn about Nepal and feel connected to others. It's an event that truly helps bridge cultures and foster a strong, more inclusive community. We are proud that Nepali Jatra has become a part of the city's diverse cultural landscape. Thank you for your support, and we hope to see you at Longmont's, now our event, Nepali Jatra. It is at 4 p.m., 4 to 7 p.m., Longmont downtown. Thank you, everybody, for your support and also approving the financial support for Nepali Jatra. It really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Would you like a picture receiving this proclamation?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I knew you would say yes.
Tighten the shoulders up a little. All right. Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was fun. We are now on our Historic Preservation Survey Strategic Plan. We have Jennifer is here, as well as Steve Lane.
Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Peck, Jennifer Hewitt-Alperson, Principal Planner in Development Services, and I am also the staff liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission. With me this evening, I have Steve Lane, who is the chairperson for our Historic Preservation Commission. And I'm going to, at the commission's suggestion and Mayor Peck's invitation, give an overview of one of our big projects from the last year or so. Specifically, it is a historic preservation survey strategic plan. So historic surveys are an important tool we have to document the history of a neighborhood and create an inventory of properties that potentially meet criteria for historic designation. We acknowledge that we can't save every building, and not necessarily every building is worthy of being saved, but through this historic survey process, we can make sure that the story of our places are told, and those stories can stay with us for far longer than buildings can in some cases. Surveys can lay the groundwork for preservation tools such as individual landmarks, larger historic districts, or conservation overlays. So what is a survey plan? So a survey plan really sets the framework for a comprehensive survey effort. It is an assessment of what documentation exists for a community. It is a tool for identifying gaps in survey documentation. It's not necessarily intended for individual properties. It's intended for neighborhoods, although we do look at individual properties within the neighborhood, but it's really looking more at a larger scale in terms of the components of a particular larger place. Again, it would identify what the gaps are, where our needs are, and also set priorities for future survey plan projects. Really, they're an important tool. This is a strategic plan. It's a tool for determining where limited resources should be focused for future survey efforts. So we do have actually fairly robust surveys and documentation for portions of Longmont, particularly the original town site core of the city. We have pretty good documentation for our 3 locally designated our 3 National Register historic districts, I should say. We don't have any locally designated districts. Through those nomination packages, contributing structures were identified, so we do have a pretty good inventory of structures in those particular areas. Additionally, the historic East Side neighborhood, in addition to their National Register District nomination, they have undertaken a pretty extensive survey effort over the years that was really initiated by the Historic East Side Neighborhood Association. So we have, I haven't done the exact count, but we have I would say most of the structures in what is considered the larger historic East Side neighborhood have been documented, and we do have surveys for, and I do have those digitally, so if you're ever interested in seeing information on a particular structure or seeing what we have, feel free to reach out to me and I will give you more information than you probably ever wanted to know, but we definitely go into pretty deep detail about some of our properties. We also have individual property surveys when they're warranted. Typically, those would be done as part of an individual landmark designation process or as part of the development review process for proposed property development where there might be a historic structure on site. We just want to get those documented. So in terms of the process, this has been a priority of the Historic Preservation Commission for some time. We held a work, we have, used our existing services contract with Ayers and Associate, and they sub-consulted with Springboard Preservation Studio to develop this survey plan. And we really kicked it off at the 2024 Historic Preservation Commission retreat, where we held a workshop. We workshopped this topic with our commissioners and really identified what areas should be focused on, where the commission thought that we really need to do some research and where that we might find some significance. The final prioritization of action areas was completed by the commission at their February 2025 retreat. So in total, there were about 11 neighborhoods that were identified beyond the three core historic neighborhoods that we have a lot of documentation on already. And of those 11, there were an additional 5 priority areas that were identified as really kind of the first areas that we should really take a look at in terms of doing some historic surveys on these areas. So there's a more clear and more legible map of this in the actual survey plan appendix, but in general, these are the areas of interest. They're generally in the central part of Longmont. However, there are several more suburban neighborhoods that are identified. Longmont Estates, for example, Hilltop Village, and then the Southmore neighborhood. You may recall previous historic preservations discussions where we noted that the threshold age for historic property is 50 years. So it's really a moving target. So it's not just the turn of the 20th century bungalows and mansions anymore. We're looking at mid-century subdivisions, even mid-century properties. So it is that moving target of what our story is. So that explains a lot of the geographic spread of what we were looking at. So again, of the 11, there were 5 priority neighborhoods identified. These were the Cannery East, Old North, Bond Farm, Brown's Old Apple Farm, and the Kitely neighborhoods. Some of these may not sound familiar because we're using the original subdivision plat names for them. So that's really kind of where the boundaries were established. So these are the neighborhoods that were determined should be looked at first, as they may be experiencing either higher development pressures or increased natural disaster risks. As I mentioned, the subdivision name is different than what the common name is. So these do tend to be concentrated along the perimeter of the original town site plat. So they are more in-town neighborhoods for the priority. Doesn't mean the more far-flung areas aren't important. It just means that these are the areas that the commission felt were where we needed to start. And I'm just going to give a quick overview of each of these areas. So the Cannery East community is also known as Kensington. It's adjacent to the original town site, and it has an area, it has the slough area that cuts right through it. So that really does present some flooding risks. So this is one of those areas that it was determined to have both high development pressures, but also high natural disaster potential. So, really identified this area as one that needed to be researched and cataloged and documented while we can. The second one is Old North. This is located northwest of Main and 9th, south of 11th Avenue. It does include that small commercial area, the 9th and Kaufman area, that includes Arbiter Franks, as well as a few other commercial areas. It does have a lot of features of the neighborhoods in the original town site, and it was also determined to be important given its proximity to Main Street, given the potential development pressures that could be presented by the Kaufman Street redevelopment project as well, the Kaufman Street improvements, I should say, not redevelopment. So Bond Farm, I think we all probably know where that is. This is immediately south of the West Side neighborhood, historic West Side neighborhood. It does include a very eclectic mix of homes that were largely built, but really during a 90-year period between the 1880s and the 1970s. Older homes generally are concentrated north of Spruce Avenue. There are development pressures in this neighborhood, particularly the southern portion where an infill project is currently under review. So this is another one of those neighborhoods. It is eclectic, but it does have, especially north of Spruce, a pretty high concentration of pretty significant structures that really need to be documented at some point. Next up on the list was the area known as Brown's Old Apple Farm. It's more colloquial known as the eastern part of the Sunset neighborhood. So this is another really interesting one. It's very eclectic in that it has homes that are over 100 years old. It also has mid-century structures. And that eclectic nature can be a blessing and a curse. So it's one that, again, want to take a look at and see what's there and see what tools might be appropriate for potentially either maintaining the existing character or ensuring that there aren't adverse impacts from any future either redevelopment or additions or of that nature. The final top 5 priority area is the Kitely neighborhood. This is immediately north of the historic east side of the larger historic east side neighborhood, north of 9th Avenue. It's a very eclectic neighborhood as well. It includes residential, commercial, as well as a number of civic buildings. There's currently a small infill affordable housing development that's underway immediately north of the Heart of Longmont Church, being undertaken by the In-Between. And it's likely that this neighborhood could experience future infill type development where appropriate, but given its proximity to the civic core as well as to Main Street, it's another one that we just need to take a look at and do some documentation on. So in terms of the next steps is we need to get started. So staff will be pursuing funding this grant cycle via a state historic fund grant for the first 2 priority neighborhoods, the Cannery East, or also known as Kensington, and Old North neighborhoods. We do anticipate that these state-funded grants through the State Historic Fund will be even more competitive than they usually are, since the other major grants that are administered by History Colorado, the CLG, the Certified Local Government grants, are federally funded, and we all know what's happening there. They have not received their disbursements for CLG activities, so that pot of money currently doesn't exist. So it's going to be a lot more competitive. So these SHF grants do require a 25% cash match. There is a small historic preservation fund established by the code that those dollars come from application fees for historic tax credits for state historic tax credit applications that are reviewed by the commission. We don't get a ton of those. It's not a huge fund. That said, if we pursue the smaller type of SHF grant, there would be adequate funding in that fund to meet that match. So there's still some to be determined in terms of the exact amount of grant dollars that we're going to be pursuing. But now that we do have the strategic plan, we have a path forward, and we can do some very important documentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve. If you have any, Commissioner Lane, if you have any comments, and open for questions.
Sure. Thanks, Jennifer. And thank you, Mayor Peck and Council. Just got a couple of quick clarifying points. The next steps that would be taken in terms of these surveys is really about data collection. That's it. It's really simple. The state has a standard form, and the idea is to research properties in terms of their architectural interest and authenticity to their particular time, and also in terms of its significance culturally. We have a few landmarks that aren't particularly significant for their building itself, but they're significant because something happened there that ties into the history of the city, and that's part of it. If it's just, somebody famous slept here, it can be that sort of thing. And so it's just about the story of these buildings and neighborhoods. And so the survey, the next step of actually doing the surveys is literally going to each of these neighborhoods and just compiling that data so that it's there. And the advantage to a property owner is that essentially we can take state money to fund this process, and then a property owner who might not know that their house was mildly famous for some reason would then be able to have that information. If they chose to landmark it, they could. That gets them access to state funding for repairs and other sort of things. So there's some real opportunity there. And so this is just a way to get more information, largely with state monies, that just enriches our own knowledge of our own town. So that's what we're really after here. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you for this presentation. I think it's really important that our residents understand where we came from and what parts of the city were historic and still are. What I'm wondering, and it's just a thought process as we go into looking at our Envision Longmont next year, to just go over it because it's time that we look at it again, that this survey will help us in design standards for certain areas. It may not, but I think it's worth looking at both elements together and as how we build our city going forward. So, are there any comments or questions? Councillor Popkin.
Yeah, Commissioner Lang and Jennifer, thanks so much for the work on this. If I'm understanding the benefit of this process, and I think I am now, but again, I get to ask a lot of questions out of ignorance right now, which is fun still. And that is, so the survey, by moving forward with this strategic plan, that basically opens the door to funding to do these surveys, which then, once the data is there, allows for individual property owners or others to basically claim either historic tax credits or other funding, or the city in some cases to even pursue historic preservation funding in some cases, right? It's that's the logical sequence here, right?
It's effectively, as Commissioner Lane indicated, it is data. It is data that can lay the groundwork for future policy actions. It can certainly inform comprehensive plan updates moving forward. It would probably be a parallel process, but I would be heavily involved in both, so they definitely would not be existing in a vacuum.
Great. And then I just want to thank staff for all the work on the Historic Preservation Survey Strategic Plan. Special shout out to the Tower of Compassion in Kanemoto Park on the front page. It's a privilege to live in that neighborhood there, right near the park. And then a shout out on page 9 to the discussion on adaptive reuse, and how that kind of relates to development patterns and growth in the city, recognizing that those are not inherently incompatible, and that when done thoughtfully, those can actually complement both goals that are related to that. So thanks for all the good work on that.
Councillor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you for the presentation, and it was just a fun little tour through Longmont to go through the packet and see all the neighborhoods. I think it's really neat that you're taking steps to preserve the charm of our neighborhoods and protecting and emphasizing the historic aspects. I think that's, in a way, building community pride in the neighborhood in which you live. So, and also made me feel proud about our city, just seeing all the interesting neighborhoods and how they came about. And I did not know that was it Brown's Old Apple Farm? I did not know it was called that, but that was kind of cool to know. So thank you.
Are we going to have a hard copy that will be available for the museum or library, or?
I can work on that.
Okay.
We try to stay paperless, but
I know.
If nothing else, I can ensure that the museum has at least a hyperlink. At least has a PDF they can have on their website and such. So it will be posted on the historic preservation page as well.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Seeing no other questions. Great presentation. We're now at the first call, public invited to be heard. Remember that we need your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. First person on our list is Alejandra Beatty? I know that I messed that up. Tell me what your name is. Can you turn on the microphone, please, and kind of reposition it? There you go. Thank you.
There we go. That's much better. Thank you, Mayor Peck. Alejandra Beatty.
Thank you.
So just like Warren Beatty, no relation. So I'm Alejandra Beatty, president for the Boulder Area Labor Council. So I represent many working families in your area, multiple addresses, obviously. I find myself unprepared. And I understand you're talking about minimum wage later today. I'm excited to hear that, but I'm awfully worried because we were supposed to get included on the conversation, and I never got an invite. Double checked my emails. Kathy Partridge also was part of that conversation, and we said we would happily work with the Longmont Chamber putting together the plan. And what I'm hearing is much of the information that is going to be presented apparently is pretty business skewed. And that's not really that surprising because it sounds like that's all you talk to. So on behalf of all of the workers for your city, I'll just remind you again, like when we put our workers first and when we put that part of our community first, we can build a better economy. But if we're going to focus on our energies on just one segment and hear from one part of the group, you're just never going to hear a good story. So I express frustration to not be included in that discussion. I don't know how else to fix that. I can't show up to every single one of your city councils because I support 6 counties because we're trying to grow the labor movement. So now I will use the last bit of my time to actually share this with the workers who might hear this, because I don't know if this council is going to help them. So for those workers, if you hear this now, I think that you do have another path that you may have to find out from, because I don't know that this city council is going to help you. And I think that you might need to consider building unions at your workplace, because that is where you can then talk about the kind of wages that you need in order to get the work done. So I invite you to contact me. I would happily help you unionize, because I think that might be the only path that you have. Thank you for your time and appreciate it.
You know, we don't usually talk but I've had emails and heard that we have not reached out to workers, and that is not true. We actually have employees in our fishbowl, and we are paying them for their time. So because we know that they are going to be get off work in order to participate. So yep, I've gotten emails. It's not correct. So thank you. Kathy Partridge.
City Council, hello. I'm Kathy Partridge. I live at 2719 Denver Avenue in Longmont, and I'm a member of Together Colorado, here with at least a couple other Together Colorado people, since we had no notice of this other than an informal contact to a member of ours who lives in another city. We were not able to prepare and bring a number of people. Mayor, we did not get those emails. We have been participating in this process from the start to have input on the living wage so desperately needed by our friends, our neighbors, and folks here in this city. We had stood right outside the door after one of the last community groups, focus groups, whatever they were called, on minimum wage input, and we said that we wanted to be part, we in the faith community wanted to be part in every step of the way of the process. I can check my emails again. I think I'm pretty well recognized as a spokesperson and contact for Together Colorado. And I'm shaking here because I want us to be working together for something we need in our community. And it's stunning to come here for a final vote on something that it was suggested that we would be part of the planning. Scott was there from the Chamber of Commerce. City council members were there. City staff were there, and somehow we got left off of the emails. We will be at the fishbowl, I hope. I hope we'll get those invitations. I hope you'll invite some people from the faith community. There was one line in this document that wasn't about the perspectives of the business class, and that is that we may have references for people who could benefit from an increased wage. And I want to point out that in addition to the workers, the many low-wage workers who hold up our community with their labor, they are the true philanthropists as they do the work our community needs for not enough money to support themselves and their families, but also those of us who depend in the community on the work of folks. My story you've heard a couple times, how my mother was deeply hurt by the high turnover of low-wage workers at our Longmont assisted living centers, high-quality ones. We paid a lot of money for it, and she could not get the care she needed. I hope this process succeeds. I hope we have a living wage increase, and you can bet that we'll be showing up and participating every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Lance Whitaker.
Good morning, or good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker. I live at 1750 Collier Street, Longmont, Colorado. I've been a resident of Longmont for 40 plus years. I just like to stand up and remind you today is National Raspberry Day, National Cow Appreciation Day, National Freezer Pop Day, and National Chocolate with Almonds Day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Lance. Scott Stewart.
Mayor Peck, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. There's a lot of romantic notions about airplanes and aviation, and our airport is included in those narratives. But our airport has a problem. The revenue generated at the airport is not enough to sustain the airport. 10-year projections of the airport's finances predict a shortfall every year. The airport supports it. The airport is supposed to be self-sustaining. The airport enterprise fund is supposed to charge rates and fees to balance the budget. It seems that the aviation community is not willing to recognize the problem. The attitude seems to be that we just need more grant money. Well, that's really not a sustainable approach. It lacks a basic understanding that the airport hasn't been able to come up with on its own the 5% needed to take advantage of the FAA and state funding. Money that should be paid to the general fund by the airport for services rendered is not being paid in full. The airport has one employee because it can't financially support appropriate staffing levels. At what point will a full evaluation of the airport, its future, and Longmont's future be looked at? Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. John Lemke.
Good evening. My name is John Lemke. I live at 744 Stonebridge Drive. I'll start with the bottom line up front. If we implement a minimum wage law, I believe that it should not be uniform. I'm not an expert, but I believe federal law would allow us to do the following: raise the minimum wage on large profitable industries, raise the minimum wage on businesses that receive preferential tax treatment, and have a lower minimum wage for people under 20 to discourage them from dropping out of school and to prevent a large rise in youth unemployment. I'd like to share some personal stories. 2008, right after college, was a terrible time to graduate from college. As it turns out, I held two jobs. I worked as an engineer during the week, making a very good salary, and then I worked a minimum wage job as a raft guide on the weekends. All the folks that worked with me as a raft guide, we all got paid minimum wage. Everybody had a high-paying job that they did during the week. It was a great time. We took a lot of Boy Scouts, a lot of school children down the river, but we couldn't have done it if the expectation was to pay a living wage. That's just not what the expectation of the job was. If we fast forward to 2015, I was working at General Electric. I built out my first factory in Longmont. I'm on my fourth right now. So we were building light fixtures. That plant was profiting, doing $100 million a year in revenue. It profited $20 million. This is the plant that was at Sunset and Nelson. We had people, the majority of the people in the plant were receiving social welfare benefits, and GE worked to get those people on those benefits, profiting $20 million. So that's 100 employees, right? Generating $200,000 in profit for General Electric. Personally, I think that raising the minimum wage, General Electric is the employer that this should be targeting. At least that's what I imagine most people envision in their head. So those are my personal stories. I'll pick up the pace. We saw what happened in unincorporated Boulder County. They raised the minimum wage. Several businesses immediately closed. They could not increase efficiency and automate fast enough in order to stay in business, so it caused them to close. If we look at other countries that have high minimum wage laws, they have high youth unemployment rates. This is the trade-off that we would pay if we have a uniform high minimum wage. I want to pick on Costco real quick because if I read the ordinance right, we paid Costco $7 million, wired them $7 million. If I got this wrong, please let me know. In order for them to come here, and I calculated out, I pay $40,000 per acre for my 2,400 square foot house. My Butcher Frank, $50,000 an acre, and Costco, $14,000 per acre. Sorry, I didn't make it all the way through.
Oh, sorry, John.
Yeah.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
Steve Altschuler.
Steve Altschuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I'm going to change some of the things I normally try to talk about. One of the things I really enjoy is driving through Niwot, and on the main road, which is Niwot Road, there are American flags on like every light pole on both sides of the street, and it just warms my heart to be driving through that and see all the flags. This past weekend, my wife and I went up to Custer, where Mount Rushmore is, and same thing. Every light pole in the city had an American flag, and not just for the 4th of July, because they love America. And it's heartwarming to see that. And I'd like to ask, why doesn't Longmont do that? I mean, we are a valuable part of America. We should be proud to be in America. And I think it'd be a great thing for the city if we honored America and had American flags up and down Main Street. On a different note, and I don't know who can answer this for me, perhaps the city manager to my right. I live over by Clover Basin and Grandview, and there's a big sledding hill right there. And this morning when I was out walking the hill, I noticed that there were fence posts all around this hill. They weren't there a week ago. And it looks like they're about to put up a chain link fence and block off the sledding hill. And I was wondering if someone could tell me what's going to be going on there, and if they are blocking it off, why. And as far as minimum wage, I would like to mention that a year ago in California, Governor Newsom raised the minimum wage to $20 an hour. Within a year, and granted California is much larger, but there have been about 5,000 fast food restaurants that have closed. There's been tens of thousands of fast food workers that are out of work, and they've been replaced by machines. And people are always complaining, oh, a Happy Meal is $12 now. It was only $8.50 before. You can't just raise minimum wage and have that be isolated. There's always going to be repercussions. California is now talking about raising minimum wage to $30 for hotel workers. That's going to raise hotel prices up. And then people are going to complain that they can't go places and afford to go on vacation because the hotels are so expensive. So I just want to remind everyone, I'm sure you know this, but you can't raise prices in a vacuum. There's always repercussions, and you won't always be happy with what they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Gary Hodges.
Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. So tonight I'm speaking on the next round of electric rate increases. Coming on the heels of the 13.6% increase over the past 2 years, and this will be discussed during the general business section. So I looked at the full packet for tonight's council meeting. This is straight from it. So there are several factors which contribute to an increased revenue requirement looking forward beginning in 2026. First, to meet the adopted goal of producing all energy through non-carbon resources by 2030. And another section, operating revenues have increased significantly over the last few years through annual rate adjustments. However, during that same period, operating expenses have increased at a slightly faster rate, driven primarily by the adopted goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030. So this is a goal that everyone in the city concedes is not achievable. I've seen everybody here acknowledge it, many speakers acknowledge it. So even if it were, though, the result would be utterly meaningless in relation to the reason this goal exists. I've presented data many times in the past showing how meaningless this unattainable goal would be if it was actually achieved. So I ask, what do we get by having an elected body that chooses to pursue the impossible? Well, the answer, numbers from the packet, is by 2030 we'll be paying over 50% more for power than we're paying today. So that's a lovely thought. And from where I sit, none of this is about ideology. It's only about data-driven reality. And then there's this. Tonight's packet also singles out those individuals who prefer not to have a smart meter. And we've heard their compelling stories many times in this chamber why they do not want these devices in proximity to where they live. So we also learned from the packet that there are fewer than 350 customers that have chosen to have their meter read manually. So it's less than 1% of paying customers. So right now, Longmont Power is sitting on greater than a 99% cost savings by shifting to the smart meters, but apparently that's not enough. And so I'm left to assume that what's coming is a way to make those recalcitrant residents toe the line this body has drawn in pursuit of dreams that cannot be realized. So the pursuit of these goals will only result, I've said this many times, the only thing these are 2030, electrification, et cetera. The only thing it will do is make our electricity more expensive. It will not address or do anything for the reasons that it's out there. Not only won't, it can't. And I've explained this many times. I would sit down with any of you and talk about this at any time you want. So in recognition of that reality, I would again request and suggest that the 2030 goal be dropped. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Gary. Strider Benston.
I do. I'm Strider Benston, 951 West 17th. One thing in today's New York Times, Tom Friedman has a major article that really goes into explaining how basically our current regime has sold the country to China, of all. China will become the leader in the world of clean energy, of solar and wind and everything, because our current regime is going into fossil fuels to get rid of everything in the last 50 years that people have learned. And you know what's happened in Los Angeles and stuff. Thousands of National Guard are being forced to, well, yesterday they went into MacArthur Park on horseback to challenge the children playing there. And that's what's going on currently. I want to read you one thing here. Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. Written by Anne Frank when she was about 12 years old, 3 years before she got murdered by Hitler at the end of the war. I want to honor Jim Kenworthy. He died a week ago, and he almost created Longmont. We started our vigils and at 6th and Main 2002 when Cheney started the war against Iraq. And people like Ernie Greenlee, some of you knew him, Sherry Malloy, Rick Fitzgerald, and others. We had a group called Longmont Citizens for Justice and Democracy. And we have been moving forward for 25 years here in Longmont. And I'm passing around Jim Kenworthy's book and one of his newspapers. He created 3 newspapers here in Longmont: the Main Street Free Press, Viz Magazine, the Other News, and maybe even more. But we're having a vigil honoring him Saturday at 6th and Main, 1 till 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close public invited to be heard, first call. And we're going to move on to our consent agenda. And I would like the clerk to please read the ordinances on the consent agenda. Read them into the record.
Of course, Mayor, the second reading and public hearing for ordinances introduced tonight will be held on July 22nd, 2025. Item 9A is ordinance 2025-40, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2025. Item 9B is ordinance 2025-41, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease real property adjacent to the Meadow Street Electric Substation to Platte River Power Authority for a battery storage project. 9C is ordinance 2025-42, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement between the City of Longmont as lessee and the Ascent at Hover Crossing LLLP as lessor for a rooftop lease agreement for siting solar power system. And 9D is approved nominations to the Longmont Downtown Development Authority Board.
Thank you, Don. Councilor Popkin, do you want to pull something off the agenda? I mean, off of the consent agenda.
I do.
Okay.
I was going to make a motion. I was looking to see if anyone else wanted to potentially move something. Okay, so maybe. So I would like to make a motion to pull items B and C from the consent agenda. So 9B and 9C. Does that cover what you were? Excellent.
So do you want to move the?
Yes, I'd like to move the consent agenda aside from items B and C.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Popkin, seconded by Councilor Christ, to move the consent agenda minus B and C. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. We now have ordinances on second reading.
And there are none.
And there are
tonight.
none. How exciting. So we're going right back to that first reading on the consent agenda and turn it over to you, Councilor Popkin, for B and C.
Thank you. So we'll start with item B, a bill for the ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease real property adjacent to the Meadow Street Electric Substation to Platte River Power Authority for a battery storage project. I had a couple questions for staff on this and thought it might be more productive to do it tonight than when this was on second reading.
Good evening.
Hi, Daryl. Thank you. First of all, thank you and the team of staff that responded to far more questions than I'll ask tonight via email in advance, so I appreciate that. I can tell there's been a lot of good work that's gone into the community solar. Sorry, I have this on the wrong one. Here we go. My notes are on the wrong item. There we go. I can tell there's been a lot of good work going into the siting of the battery storage project, both, to be fair. I just had a couple clarifying questions here first. Actually, in total. So, first question, just on the process that you all went through. Even I know we're not citing the facility yet. This is more about the early stage planning process, right? I mean, the planning process that would go into the lease. Is that correct?
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Popkin, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So this land lease is kind of the first step, and kind of paves the way for us to then do the deeper studies like you're talking about. And I know Councilmember Christ has some similar questions about the timing of the lease and so forth. So yeah, this is just the first step, kind of opens the path for us and for Encore, the subcontractor, to come in and start doing the studies, looking at the location, looking at the electrical studies, looking at landscaping, and looking at all of those things. But this is really what enables us to do that.
Great. And part of the reason why you chose this substation is like the capacity on the grid and kind of the functionality that this would provide, the additional value from an operational standpoint. Can you clarify kind of what the thinking is for this specific substation, since we have a few?
Sure. A lot of it just had to do with space, physical space. So, we have 6 substations scattered throughout the city, and so this was one of the better locations, just in terms of having the room to put in the additional equipment. But then, like you said, obviously because there is a substation there, it's a lot easier just to kind of plug it in right there versus putting it in, let's say, a park or in a warehouse or something like that.
Great. And one of the since I have a fair amount of professional experience in this sector, one of the better practices in the industry is to pull in fire departments and emergency response early into the planning process here. Has the Longmont Fire Department been brought into informed of this intention and brought into the planning process?
Yeah, absolutely. So we engaged the Longmont Fire Department pretty early on in the process. And of course, through the development review process, they will continue to stay engaged throughout.
Great. And then my last question is just based on last week's federal legislation that passed in the reconciliation bill. My understanding is that the energy storage technologies were not affected from an incentive standpoint. Can you just confirm or clarify that and how that might relate to the timeline of this project?
I can confirm.
Excellent.
So I can, if you'd like, Javier Camacho from Platte River is here. He can speak into that a little more, if you'd like. Sure.
There's a lot changing there, so I think
Sure, yeah.
or potentially in flux. So.
Good evening, Council. Councilmember Popkin, Mayor Peck, Javier Camacho with Platte River Power Authority. And yes, I will simply underscore Daryl's point that those technologies will not be impacted by the most recent federal legislative changes. Of course, there is a lot to unpack in what is happening at the moment, but we can confirm that these types of projects will certainly continue to move forward as scheduled, along with other non-carbon generation projects that Platte River is currently pursuing.
Great. I'm glad to hear that, because I know how important energy storage is to the future flexibility and reliability and resilience of the grid.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions on this.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. And thank you, Daryl, for answering my random questions throughout the day. Could you just explain for the public's information, why do we have to have a lease for Encore to do a feasibility study on this land?
That's a very good question. I can give you kind of a 50,000-foot response, but if you'd like something a little more detailed, I'd like to invite Zach Borton down from Platte River. He can answer every question and some questions you haven't even thought of yet.
Well, let's start with a simple answer, and then we can drill down
sure.
more, if you like.
Yeah, so the simple answer is, in order for Encore to just get access to the site and to have personnel there and kind of viewing and hands-on and being able to kind of start taking down information and gathering data for the study and the series of studies, the land lease just enables that and kind of opens the door and makes that possible. So
it kind of protects the Encore.
Right, and the other thought too is if we did not have the land lease, it's possible that we might, I don't know, pick a location that then city council will say, well, that's not going to work out, and so we'll have done a bunch of this work kind of for naught. So the idea is just to kind of do these things in sequence. But.
Yeah, good evening, Council, Mayor Peck. The other piece here is it enables financing for that developer to say, I have a potential site, I have a potential client, I can go out and get financing so I can start procuring certain equipment because of those transformer delays, 2 years to get those assets delivered or to start making purchases on batteries. So it enables financing to be secured as well.
Okay. Which leads to one of the other questions I have, which you've provided a timeline here as to what will happen throughout 2025 and then into 2026 and 2027. And I'm wondering if after we approve this lease, if council will have any decision making throughout that time, or if it'll just progress and we'll get updates.
We can certainly come back with updates throughout the process just to kind of let you know how things are going and what we found and give you opportunities to weigh in. At this point, we've committed to Platte River, at least in spirit, to host a battery where we can. Each of the 4 cities of the owner communities have, again, committed in spirit to host one of the batteries. And the intent really is for us to work with Platte River to say there are a number of different use cases for these batteries. And so we just kind of want to get in there and just kind of kick the tires a little bit. To us, 5 megawatts is pretty big. But on the grand scale, it's not that big. So I think it's a really good size for us to be able to kind of go in and play. But certainly if there are deal breakers along the way, we can certainly have a conversation about that. And again, we will be going through the development and review process, and so there won't be anything done that's sort of untoward or out of bounds.
Okay. There'll be a conversation with BNSF since it's close to the railroad tracks?
Yeah, that happens in an Alta survey and other permitting, I believe. Right? Yeah. But coming back, that would be amazing to do presentations on what we've learned because this is an innovative project. It's pushing kind of the needle forward, and it's very collaborative. This is a sandbox for us to test, how we get to a non-carbon future. We can think about it as today you have a generator that you ramp up to meet the load on the system, but in the future, there's going to be, the sun shining and the wind blowing at different times. That flexibility, that lever you pull on is going to be within the load to better match when the renewables are generating. Storage is that test case, that sandbox, as well as the VPP that we're working towards. So it's very exciting and would love to present more on it.
Okay. And you'll be, this will be lithium batteries.
Lithium iron phosphate. So it's a newer technology. You can think of those Ford Mach-E's, very similar chemistry. So they are safer in the sense of the chemistry build, but they're less energy dense, meaning it takes up just a little more space. But about 80% of the battery market will be LFP within the next few years. It seems to transition over from the old nickel, magnesium, cobalt, NMC technology. Those are mostly the cases you hear about on the news. But keep in mind, that's 2% of currently active storage is taken offline for some sort of reason. So it's all about mitigating that 2%. In most of those incidents, it happens within the first year. So we'll just have to be on top of it in the first year, working with fire districts on emergency response plans and just being coordinated across the board.
And this storage component will be able to give electricity to the whole city, and we won't need another site. This will be the only site in town.
Yeah, it could be the first site, if it proves successful and it's scalable, then we could look at other locations and maybe lean on it for planning purposes rather than upgrading that transformer or upgrading a feeder. We could leverage the battery to value stack for planning benefits and wholesale benefits, and that's what makes storage so great. Is it's super flexible and you can plan and stack many different benefits on top. So we just need to be coordinated in that process.
Okay. And so when there's engineering decisions, this will come to council? Like, it could go A or it could go A or B, or you're going to make a decision and update us?
I don't anticipate coming to council for every incremental decision. I suppose if there were certain areas that you had some questions or concerns about, and you let us know, then we could try to just keep you in the loop and keep council informed.
Okay, so you feel like the technology is strong enough that you know what you can expect going forward?
I feel like we have a really great plan with Longmont on how the battery will be utilized and coordinated. I would suggest we come back with like lessons learned and kind of provide a presentation on here's what we've been doing, here's what we could do better. I think that would be a lot better.
Okay. And then mine is more of the last question is more of a city question, and that is if that parcel just directly north doesn't work, do we own the property to the west where there's a little more space with the BNSF? I mean, that could also plug into the infrastructure? We don't? No.
There may be a few more options. I think we had 3 total options. Meadow just worked out with the available land and kind of the footprint of the storage. Harvard came up as an option as well, but that was within the substation. And I just get kind of uncomfortable with taking up substation land with future expansions and things like that. Fordham could also be an example or a good site, more industrial. There's quite a lot of room, but again, within a substation, you kind of want to leave room for future planning.
Okay, so this was the prime spot.
This was the great location. But yeah, we'll find out in the next few stages with planning and permitting and the Alta surveys if this works.
Okay, and tell me your name again, sir.
I'm Zach Borton, DER Service Manager at Platte River.
Thank you so much for your information.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks.
Councilor Popkin.
Yeah, I'm going to move this forward in a second, and I just want to note that Zach alluded to this, and I just wanted to be clear, like this is a multifaceted benefit project, and so for like the community's understanding, batteries are not just about energy supply and managing supply. It's a grid enhancement really, and I want people to understand that the technology is still evolving rapidly, and so I'm really excited that we're going to have this opportunity here on our system. And in partnership with Platte River Power Authority, but this is ultimately a grid this is a grid enhancement in a way that it could eliminate the need for other grid upgrades at a certain point, help manage power load shifting when demand is there, when supply is when supply is there or isn't there, when demand is there or isn't there. So there's a whole multifaceted set of benefits. So exciting to see this forward. I look forward to learning more as this goes as well, as I think LPC does too. With that, I'll move to approve item 9B.
Second.
9B has been moved by Councilor Popkins, seconded by Councilor McCoy. Before we vote, I do want to, and Daryl, one clarification. We are not the only city in our 4-city ownership of Platte River. We are upgrading storage on other substations in the other 3 cities. Am I correct on that?
That's right. Estes
Yeah.
Park just a couple of weeks ago went
Yeah.
through the similar question and approved the land lease there. And then, and Fort Collins and Loveland will be also having a similar discussion soon.
Good. I just want the public to remember that there are 4 cities that own this utility company. It isn't Longmont alone that is moving forward. We are doing it all together.
Yes.
So,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
And with that, I will ask for a vote. Okay. Whoops.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Daryl. When those other 2 cities, if Estes is the first one, we're the second, when those other 2 cities do approve this, can you come back and just give us a little bit of an update in case for some reason one of them doesn't? approve it, you'll let us know.
Councilmember McCoy, Mayor Peck, we can certainly send you an email
Yeah,
if that
that's
would
what I
work.
mean.
Just
That's a great idea.
sure.
Thank you. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Counselor Popkin, did you ask for both B and C? Did you? Yeah, I thought you did. Just want to make sure. So now we are on, this is a faster council meeting than we've had in a while. We're at general business, the 2025.
Don't jinx it.
I'm sorry. Well, that's just what I asked. Did you do both of these? And you?
Yes.
But I motioned only to approve.
Yeah. And then go speak to the next.
Go for it.
Thank you. I had a couple, again, Daryl, thank you for your responses via email on the community solar item, and I just had a couple of follow-up questions, and mostly just wanted to clarify some things on the pricing side of things, given our conversation there. So because some of the detail, thank you for the detailed packet update on this. I know that staff has been working thoroughly on kind of the first generation community solar project in Longmont, if I'm correct, right? And so that's exciting to also see come forward. I like that we're doing this in a rooftop way, leveraging those rooftop spaces. There were a number of folks in the community who recently got kind of notified about the Boulder County Solar Shares program. And so I first wanted to just understand, like, what's the difference between that Solar Shares program and a community solar program?
So I would like to invite Hannah Mulroy up, who's forgotten more about this stuff than I'll ever know, so she can answer every question for you.
Yeah, so, hi, Hannah Mulroy, Energy Portfolio Development Manager, Longmont Power and Communications. So a couple of points of clarification. One is Solar United Neighbors. The Solar Switch campaign is run through the Solar United Neighbors nonprofit organization. They actually exist all over the country. I previously done one in the Chicagoland area probably 12 years ago. So they've recently started doing them. They moved from Denver to Boulder County. Boulder County is the formal partner with them. So we aren't paying them. We're not in a contract, but we are helping promote the cooperative buy. They did around last year. We were slightly less engaged. This year we're much more engaged. Actually, Catherine Wiersma, my colleague, is actually the expert on it. So as much as he's complimenting me, she's going to all the meetings and she's actually the expert on it. But what they're doing is they're going out for essentially a group buy for residential, and they've started to open it to small businesses as well, where they kind of use the group buying power of Boulder County of 1,000 residents or 500 residents wanting to buy 8 megawatts of solar. They're using an interesting software platform where they're doing kind of this reverse auction where they're saying, hey, we have 500 residents that have signed up and these are their addresses and they would like solar on their homes. Then these companies that have already vetted, have consumer protection, kind of good records, and they're going to be good actors, which is always a concern in the solar industry. They reverse bid to say, hey, we'll give everybody a $295 a watt deal in Longmont on their solar. They then work with them to select those vendors, work through contracting, and kind of help the consumer, the customer, the resident through that process. So we are actually really recommending residents, if they're interested, it's a great way to get good solar advice. Even if you choose not to go with them, you'll come out of it better prepared. And if you choose to go with it, you're going to get a pretty good deal and you're going to have consumer protections. On the community solar front, the thing that the city is working on, a point of clarification, the true community solar demonstration project is located at Martin Street on the Waste Services Building. That is the project that we've worked to design in a way that has low and moderate income as well as market rate residents kind of paying across subsidy, and it's a self-sustaining project. It's a true community solar project. We worked with NREL as well as a lot of local municipalities and utilities who've done community solar on a technical thing earlier this year. That's like a true community solar design. A Senate Hover is a slightly different design. It's what you call a virtual net metering demonstration project. It's a partnership between us and Longmont Housing Authority as well as Penrose and the other development partnerships involved in that LLLP that we mentioned in the communication. That's LHA, Penrose, and a bunch of other tax entity I won't talk about it. Harold could say what he exactly, but we're working with them. We didn't need to lease Martin Street to put community solar on it because it's our building. So we just worked with the team over there, and they let everyone on site. They agreed to do it. Proper leadership was involved, and we were able to cite that with that lease agreement. Ascent does not have the same kind of benefit. It's not a city project, but we wanted to work with LHA in a multifamily, low-income setting to do virtual net metering demonstrations, kind of learn more. In addition to providing discounts to the residents, it also provides a learning opportunity to us that is also already, I should say, proven very, very fruitful to figure out how do you interconnect a system of this size in this configuration, and how do you meter it when they're not actually connected to the solar directly. So it is a demonstration project, again, in partnership with LHA. So we had to get a lease agreement to be able to place our city-owned asset on a roof that's not ours. I happen to know some folks down in Denver, and I called them because I know that Denver Kaiser does this, where they rented, or leased roof, from Denver Public Schools and the Western Stock Show building, if you've ever been there. I think they put some at the airport. They did them all over the place with their continued asset ownership management. We're kind of looking at a similar sort of thing where we at LPC own, kind of maintain, take control of the one at Martin Street as well as the one at Ascent. So we kind of contain that continuity with the utility being involved.
Great. Let me see if I can distill that into a very quick synopsis here. So the solar shares thing that you spoke about originally, you clarified, is a kind of group buy, residential entirely opt-in,
Totally
group buy.
opt-in.
Longmont's not involved in that. That is like I could go and shop. It's like shopping at Costco or wholesale for solar for a better rate-ish.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The community solar at Martin Street is an entirely opt-in, self-sustaining, financial model there as well. So we're not subsidizing that as ratepayers. That is a standalone project.
Correct.
Great. And then the virtual net metering project at the Ascent is really supporting the bill structure for those who are paying their bills through the Longmont Housing, or I guess the Housing Authority. Who's paying the bill?
The resident in this case, which is actually what kind of allowed this demonstration to happen in the way it does, is that the actual resident that's paying the bill will receive the discount on their bill.
Great. And so that's not a city project, but it is a Longmont Housing Authority project. So there is an intended public benefit from that as well. Great. Thank you.
If I can add to that, I think Daryl and I were in some conversations where some private multifamily owners or who are contemplating projects were trying to figure out the same situation, the one that was near that location. And that's why this really is a test case, because it is a learning opportunity for us when private developers come up and essentially ask for the same thing, because it's taken some time to work through all the nuances.
Correct.
Yeah. And so is the intention that this is going to lower housing authority resident bills? Is it going to stabilize them? What's the financial impact to them?
Yeah, so it's a lowering the individual units, the 75 units that are on site. They range from 1 bedroom to 4 bedrooms, so it is a family-oriented development, which I appreciate quite a bit. And we estimate on a very sunny day, we'll be running their cooling up to 50% off their electric charges. That will vary by customers' usage. It will vary by how much it's producing, what kind of weather we're seeing. But we've done some work with the energy modeling that LHA has worked with Group 14. They're a very well-known energy modeling firm to kind of figure out how to equitably share the solar as solar credit on those folks' bills. So they'll see a direct bill credit on their bill every month of some sort.
Part of the reason I asked about price via email with Daryl was because I had recently gone through to get a quote through the Solar Shares program as an individual resident. And I got the quote of $2.95 per watt. And that's cheaper than the rate that was in the council communication for a much larger project here. So I was surprised to see an economy of scale not pan out there. And I think, Daryl, what you clarified for me is that it's a little bit more complex of a project. That's part of it. But what was really helpful to understand and changes this considerably is that the tax credit incentives were not factored into that quote. What the city is planning for, correct me if I'm wrong, but what the city is planning for here is a no credit situation, even though you'd still be eligible for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what I was quoted did include the incentive. What this is quoting is not including the incentive
Does not
structure.
have any direct pay incentive whatsoever.
And so since the city does plan to own the system, and since now that we have clarity on the reconciliation package as well, what is the city assuming? I mean, I know you're not planning for it, but what does the city expect to be able to claim here?
Yes, so we expect to be able to claim because this system, as well as Martin Street, will be energized and receive their permission to operate by the end of 2025. That money has already been budgeted at the federal level, so we expect, working with a lot of folks in our budget and rates office, to kind of make sure that we're talking to the right people about this, that we expect 30% direct pay income tax credit on both projects. We expect and hope for 20% additional allocation on both projects, one for serving low income, one for serving folks at a low income housing development. So that would be 50% on each.
So you're not planning for that. You're planning for the
full-
296
yes,
per watt.
correct.
But the 30 to 50% would make this more like 220 to 150 a watt.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Great. And does the pricing that you list include operations and maintenance?
It does not. That is budgeted under operations on an ongoing basis. This is capital improvement dollars.
Great. And since this is the first time the city is kind of going through this kind of a process, can you just walk through like what the plan is for O&M for this?
Yeah, I might not be my engineer isn't here tonight, so I would love to have Frank here. But yeah, there's a plan for yearly, at least yearly maintenance. They have a detailed plan on how they come and check inverters and connections and things that I'm not necessarily qualified to speak on. They actually also clean the system. With our weather and our climate here, it actually needs to be cleaned less often than some other places because it rains, it cleans it off, the dust is gone, and it operates pretty cleanly. There's also warranty things, obviously, so if something was to go wrong, we'd work with the vendor to replace any parts that were not working. But yeah, pretty straightforward O&M coming from somebody who's not an electrical engineer.
Yeah. I don't know if the city has plans for this yet, but I've seen drone technology be used as well for scanning issues too, so we could talk about that offline.
Yeah.
And Daryl, do I recall correctly from our email exchange that part of the goal is to train city staff in to upskill them too? Is that part of the plan?
Yes, that is part of the plan. It's being pursued at a couple of different renewable energy projects in the city. Is how can we, as staff, we have operations, we have electricians, we have all sorts of facility staff who might be qualified to look at O&M on a system. We don't want to do that in the first year or two. We're going to leave it essentially to professionals in the first year or two. While things may go wrong, it just kind of happens in the first 12 months. Make sure it's being maintained fully by the O&M vendor for the first year or two as we onboard with our training.
Fair enough.
And Hannah, we also got money from Boulder County on this one?
No.
We did on this one?
We got PACE funds into the tax credit project as part of the gap funding overall, not specifically through LPC,
But
through the tax credit.
through the tax credit, so they leveraged it in the tax credit side based on this.
Great. Thank you, Hannah. Thanks for all the good work for you and your team.
Yeah.
Any other council members have questions? Seeing none, I will go ahead and move item 9C, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement between the City of Longmont as lessee and the Ascent at Hover Crossing LLP as lessor.
It's been moved by Councilor Popkin to move basically 9B, 9C. Seconded by, was that you?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. I am going to call a 5-minute break. So the next thing on our agenda is general business, the 2025 sanitation and electric rate studies. And we have staff here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Lance Smith, Director of Business Enablement. Joining me tonight is Chris Huffer, Assistant Director of Water and Waste Services, and Daryl Hahn, Director of Electric Services, will be here as well.
Okay.
So we've got a brief agenda here. I'll talk a little bit about the purpose of the rate study, rate pressure specific to our electric and our sanitation utilities, and then we'll get to the timeline for the process. In general, any rate study, the purpose is to balance the utilities revenues with the expenses over a given period of time. We do this looking at specific rate classes so that we ensure that one rate class is not unintentionally subsidizing another. And a rate study is intended to ensure the long-term financial health of a utility. Here are a list of some rate study objectives. I'll highlight just a few of them. The first being to collect sufficient revenue. As enterprise funds, both the electric and the sanitation funds do need to be collecting adequate revenue to cover their expenses, and we would try to do that, cover operating expenses through operating revenues. I had mentioned recovering costs of service from each rate class. We don't unintentionally want to have any one rate class subsidizing costs to provide service to another rate class. Keeping rates easy to understand is really important because we want our customers to understand their bill, not just to make sure that it's accurate, but also so that they understand how they might manage their bill. Okay, so with that, we'll talk a little bit about the electric rate study. The last electric rate study was in 2023. The city adopted a 2-year rate schedule for 24 and 25. We will propose a 2-year rate schedule based on some uncertainties with costs in the future. Inflationary pressures that are driving this need in the electric utility is striving to meet that 100% non-carbon energy by 2030, a goal that the city has adopted. And also there is maintenance and renewal of Longmont's electric distribution system. I want to quickly kind of look at some expense trends. So looking back to 2018, you can see we've got capital improvements as a green bar on the top. Those have increased recently, and we expect that to continue to increase. We've got purchase power in blue on the bottom, personnel in orange, and other operating expenses gray there. The 2025 budget's off to the right. So we have seen some inflation in recent past that we expect to continue. Looking at the operating income trends, so we've got operating revenues are the orange line on top, and operating expenses are the blue line on bottom. As you can see, the gap between the two has closed a bit, and that's closing at a time when we're needing to make additional capital investments. So that's putting pressure on the rates. I think I'm going to turn it over to Daryl here in a minute, but first there are a couple of considerations I want to talk about trying to alleviate some of that rate pressure. When a customer is unable to pay their bill, they may never be able to pay that bill. That means that the cost of providing the service to those customers is then carried by all of the other customers. There are a couple of ways to try to reduce this bad debt. Commercial and residential deposits is one way to try to minimize that bad debt expense. A property lien, a soft property lien, is another way to try to reduce that bad debt expense. So when we come back in August to talk about the actual rate studies, we'll have a couple of proposals there. Also later this year, we will bring forth the financial policies. In that will propose making a change to the operating reserve, which would provide some rate relief, again, in this rate study that we're talking about here. So we'll bring that for your consideration later this year. And with that, I do want to turn it over to Daryl.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, members of City Council. You will be tired of me by the end of the night, I promise. So I just kind of want to briefly talk about kind of where LPC has been and where we are now, and then to provide some context, and then look forward again, and in light of some of the rate study work that the team's going to be doing. So, you know, historically, the utility's been around for 125 years. We've been very strong with our reliability, and our sustainability has been making progress there, right? If you look back at 2018 and where we are now and where we expect to be. So we're making progress there. And of course, we've been talking for the last several years about how we are among the more affordable electric utilities in the state. So that's really a powerful and impressive record and legacy that we're very excited about. So now, going forward, what we're doing is we're balancing that the historical sort of bar that's been set, but we're also trying to continue to support City Council goals and priorities. So, for example, it's very easy for us at LPC to make very obvious ties to council priorities like climate action, housing for all, equity, safety, sustainability, and core services. So climate action, that one's pretty obvious, right, with the 2030 goal of 100% renewable energy. Housing for all, the really clear connection here is with the new urban design standards, right? So that's something that's been kind of been discussed, and we'll be bringing back again at some point here soon. And then I just wanted to point out, for example, in terms of housing for all, we have, at City Council's direction, LPC has waived about $330,000 in fees between 2023 and anticipated through the end of 2026. So that's, from our perspective, that's a way to support the affordable, attainable housing goals. So, but now in terms of the reliability, sustainability, and affordability, you know, in the last few years, LPC has been focusing on development. So a lot of our crews and a lot of our work has been focused on development. And where we can, we've been piggybacking with some of our maintenance and reliability projects. But going forward, we really want to refocus our efforts on maintenance. So just think about a car, right? If you can drive it for a long time and never change the oil, and I know you like car analogies, right? So you can drive them for a long time and not do any maintenance, but at some point it will just stop working. And so if you do the proper maintenance, you can really extend the life of your assets. And so we will be coming to you with some proposals to help us beef up our maintenance and reliability efforts. In terms of sustainability, again, looking forward, we're looking at 80 to 85% non-carbon sources by 2030, and then even lower than that beyond 2030. In terms of the affordability, that's a real challenge. We have a lot of pressures on rates. We talked about just inflation in general. I mean, and I just heard about today potential 50% tariff on copper. Well, copper is a very big part of the transformers and the underground cables and the overhead cables, and so we're kind of getting it from all angles. And of course, materials and equipment, all of these costs are going up. So that's applying a lot of pressure on what we call the affordability piece. So just kind of set the stage. We'll be coming back with more details, but I just kind of wanted to kind of get those thoughts in your head before then. Thanks, Lance.
Okay, so we are trying to kick off the process here to talk about the rate studies, but there are two specific things we're asking for some direction on tonight. One is the manual meter read charge. We have completed the deployment of our automated advanced metering infrastructure, which allows automated meter reading, but we have about 350 customers who have requested a manual electric meter read. Currently, those customers are being charged $15 a month. As we've updated the costs, looking at this rate study, it looks like the associated costs with manual meter reads is almost $25 per month per meter, and so that difference is being subsidized by the other residential customers. And so one thing we would like to know is, do we want to continue the current $15 per month charge, or do we want to update the charge to allocate the full cost of those manual meter reads to those customers? And you can we can either discuss that now, you can give direction now, or we can come back to this slide at the end, whichever you prefer.
Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, I think this is the cost of this service. We're not forcing them to go into that as much as some folks are saying we are, and I think that it needs to pay its way. So I would be in support of moving it to the full charge, the $24.65. If you need that as a motion, I can make that.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferring.
Thank you. Could you go back in the previous slide where it has the breakdown? I just had a question around vehicle. What does that mean, and how was that price derived? And and I assume it's per household, per customer.
This is per household, yes.
Okay.
So we do need one truck for a meter reader to drive around the city to these 350 customers. And so the $8.61 there reflects the operating cost of that vehicle and the cost of the vehicle itself and insurance and whatnot associated with that.
Okay, so if nobody had requested a manual meter reader, we wouldn't even need to purchase that particular type of vehicle?
Right. Well, we wouldn't need that vehicle for a meter reader because.
Okay, it would go to another department or.
Yes.
Another. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you. That was my question.
Councillor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Lance, let me ask a few questions, just clarifying questions. I've heard that people are paying $18 per month for meter reading.
No, it is $15 per month is what's included.
Is there some tax associated with that, or
no?
Some add-on to that?
No.
Okay. Maybe they're just need new bifocals. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, 5 looks like an 8.
I mean, if you have an account you'd like us to look at, we can certainly do that. I believe they should be charged $15.
Okay. Okay. So actually, just the increase here from the $15 to the $24.65 with 350 customers is an extra $3,400.
Per month, yes. So about $40,000 per year, yes.
Okay. When did this $15 a month for manual electric meter reading occur? Is it just throughout this year through 2025? Or from
No,
starting in 24?
So I've been with the city since early last year. It was prior to me coming. So I would say it's been in effect at least for 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
Harold?
Several years.
Yeah, I think that was in the opt-out program when we talked to council about that. I'm looking to Daryl, but I think it was part of the opt-out program and what the cost was if you chose to opt out. And obviously, the same inflationary pressures that Daryl referenced is we're seeing it show itself in this in terms of labor cost and vehicle cost.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we need to signpost with a little more time if we're going to change it, because we usually have a 2-year cycle for rates. So I think maybe we need to give people another at least year, or maybe take half of this year and half of next year before we change it.
Okay. I mean,
So that is another suggestion, and it would be in a motion to do it that way. But let's hear what others have to say on the issue.
Yeah, agree. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand the cost and everything is going up, and I just feel like almost $10 more a month is a lot for customers, and I understand that the cost is what it is. Is there any way we can do like an increment increase for them? Because $10 more a month is a lot for some people. I'm not opposed to what the cost is and charging what it costs, but it will. I don't know if it will be if you all will have the capacity to do an increment of an increase. Maybe for 6 months. Add it to make it $20. Add $5 or something like that. But just jumping up to $10 a month, it's a lot. We all know, right? Like you just mentioned, Daryl, about the copper. We find out, so we know that's going to be more. So all of us are paying for this, but I do want to be considerate of those who are struggling and are going to be upset for an extra $10 more a month. So that's something to think about, and I understand what it costs, but I would propose that we have something in an incremental stage where we charge maybe a certain amount of money incrementally instead of just $10 adding that on at one time.
I understand where you're coming from. I just know that, and I'm looking at the people who have solar and we buy it back from them and give them a rebate on their bill at the end of the year. They complain also that we can't, my point is they're not going to remember. They're not going to understand why in 6 months their bill is going up another $5 or $6 or whatever we decide to do. It isn't that I don't think we should do it if that's a motion. I just want you to know that they're not going to understand why it's going to be increased again if they have meter readers. Just food for thought. They're going to complain. So, Councilor Pumpkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I'll be very brief here. I don't have a particularly strong preference on this. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Yarbrough is saying. I also think that there is just a risk that it's going to feel like a double charge or triple charging situation. I just ask whatever LPC decides to do that we make sure we communicate what they should expect. Thank you.
So I have a question, and this is because I don't remember. When we started the AMI project, did our bills increase for the payment, the installation, et cetera, of AMI? And do you remember what that was? Because I think that the messaging could be, if I'm understanding correctly, that yes, you're paying for the meter reader, but the people who are opting in are also paying extra because they are having a new system that they're using. Does that make sense? It feels like a punishment to people who opt out, but I feel like we also, by changing to this new system, are paying as well.
So in terms of the capital cost, that was something that we budgeted over a course of a number of years. In terms of the implementation of putting in the new meters. Now, what that meant is now those capital dollars, I'm looking at Daryl, are shifting into other projects. So that was a fixed, lack of a better word, a fixed capital cost that we had within our budget. When we think about the AMI piece, and this was, I think, something that I heard earlier, is there's actually an operating reduction that occurs with the AMI because you don't need more than one vehicle, you don't need more than one meter reader. Yeah. So inherently, when you look at the numbers, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lance, what it means is that if you're in the AMI system, your operating costs from a meter reading perspective have reduced. And so I think why they're asking this question from a policy perspective is that similar to what we've heard on other pieces, is just being cognizant of the fact that other customers who are on the AMI system will inherently be subsidizing customers who choose to have the manual electric reads because that costs more. And that's really the policy question for council in this is, let's start at 30,000 feet. Do you want to keep it at $15 a month? Or, and if you say yes, it's just recognizing that other customers are subsidizing those customers that are choosing the manual read.
Okay.
So that's high level policy question. Then as you kind of dig down into it, one of the things I heard is this really about affordability based on need? Because council will remember when Becky talked about all the programs and how we assess need, we were looking at 50% AMI as it's related to the CARES program. And so council could theoretically say, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if you said, no, we don't want the cross subsidy, but we want it to be need-based, then staff could look at it in terms of that need-based equation with the direction that you've already given in terms of the 50% AMI to look at some kind of tiered approach, because there's not necessarily a direct connection between, use me for example, if I was one that chose to opt out, I don't necessarily have that need. And so that understanding the policy nuance in terms of what you want to achieve, I think is important. So I think that's really what we're getting at is, do you want to keep it the same or move it up to 2465, which means there's no cross subsidy coming in? Or to some suggestions is maybe we do it in a different way. You're still going to need to recognize that there's that subsidy from one customer to another. Goes back to what Lance was saying, is we try to avoid that cross subsidy of one customer subsidizing another customer.
I agree, and especially when you mentioned the debt. I guess I'm done. Thank you. It's equity, ladies and gentlemen. So, okay, thank you. Now I don't remember who had their light on first. I think it was Counselor, okay.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Basically, when I put my light on, you hadn't quite got into it, but you just touched on it, was the concept of the need-based aspect of it. So with the current $15 per month, if somebody is in the CARES program, is that $15 a month subsidized at all beyond the cross-subsidy currently going on?
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Rodriguez, the amount of the CARES subsidy for the electric service is fixed, but it could apply, and I have recommended that to folks who have talked about that, to say, hey, if you applied for CARES, it could cover the whole cost of this, for the year.
Okay. Because I think that's really where I sit on this particular issue is I don't believe in the general cross subsidy. I'd rather see the full 2465 paid for by people who are not in need per se, and that we maybe evaluate it based on CARES and the need-based aspect of it as far as any sort of subsidy to the 2465. Because in the agreement, or I'm sure there's some sort of agreement that was signed for these people that opted out, it wasn't spelled out that $15 per month would be in perpetuity, right? Just like anything, everything will go up. And so it's not out of, it's well within the realm of reason that the $15 was going to increase at some point. And so I feel that the appropriate way to move forward is to recapture that cost at as much as possible without a cross subsidy, and then be sensitive to those folks who really would need it as far as the 50% AMI and the CARES program, and ideally as we're, I think, moving forward with the new way of looking at qualification.
Okay, and before I call on you, Councilor Christ, because you brought that up, I just want to let you know that the with the LPM rebate this year, we're putting another $15,000 into the CARES program. So, Councilor Christ. What did I say? Oh, PRPA. Maybe LPM should help us out as well.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So, Lance, remind me, this last increase we had in rates goes through the end of 2025?
Yes.
And so you're asking us for a rate change for 2026 through the end of 2027?
Yes.
Is it possible we could split the difference and go up to $20 in 26 and 25 in 27? It's really, really hard for me.
Yes.
Yeah. Just for in this, because how many customers do we have in total?
Just under 40,000 residential.
Okay. So this is kind of a fraction. 350 is really a fraction of the number, and we do waive 330,000 fees. You said last year for affordable housing. So we are subsidizing some for need.
For the last, I think, from 23 through the end of 26, and that's for the affordable attainable projects.
Yeah. Okay. So that's for a longer period of time as well. But yeah. So that would be my recommendation, is that we stair step it, just to piggyback off what Councilor Yarborough said, and we have 2 years to do it, so it's a little less startling.
Do you want to make that on a needs-based as well?
Yes.
Do you want to make a motion?
I will make the motion that we adopt subsidies on a need basis according to our new criteria for opting out, and for rate change in 2026 to go up $5 more, and in 2027 go up an additional $5. Okay, go ahead.
Councilor Yarborough. Oh, try it again.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If we are going to look at providing, if they need, assistance, then I don't think we need to do the increments. That's me personally. I was thinking if we were just, for those 350 people, just giving, I understand too, giving more time. But if there's an option because of they can't afford it, there are options for them to get some assistance. So I don't think we really need that time. I didn't think about the need base until, they were talking about it. But I think in general, if those 350 people really need some assistance, there are opportunities for them to get that assistance. So I don't know if we really need to do that, space that out within 2 years. So I just wanted to clarify that after knowing that there's CARES, they can apply for CARES for that as well. The 350 people can also apply for that to get assistance.
Okay, Councillor McCoy.
Well, thank you, Mayor Peck. There's no second here, but since we're talking, I think that we do it at the 2465 rate right away, and then deal with individuals on a case-by-case situation, like Councilmember Yarborough is pointing out, and I think that's most equitable, because if we're doing this on an every 2-year basis, by the time we get to where you're at, we're going to be at it again, and then we're always going to be at a shortfall. These people made a choice. They signed a document saying this is how they would like their meters to be read, and we're accommodating that choice for whatever reason that is. We've seen them come here before. They're talking about medical rationale reasons that they feel they're affected by smart meters, radiation. So we're accommodating that. We're already meeting that standard for health or anything else like that that might be in question. So I think that to streamline this, if people are wanting to opt out, then this is the cost of opting out. And in 2 years, the cost of opting out might be more expensive. It might be less expensive, depending on some new technology. But at this point, if somebody is in financial need, then we have a system in place to support them and go from there. But that would be my recommendation, and if this doesn't get a second, then that would be the motion I'd make.
One more comment, and then we're going to close this discussion and have a motion. Councillor Christ.
Thank you, councilors, for the discussion. I think there's need and there's need. And I think when we're talking about opting out, people have made the choice to spend a little extra money, sometimes for health reasons, as you mentioned. And some of these may be seniors, so there might be a big difference between $5 more a month and $10 more a month. As seniors have come to us and talked to us about food security and other issues. I don't know if someone who's able to opt out would qualify for the CARES program. But this might be an indication that they don't have a choice. They're either going to have to give up something significant or they're going to have to opt in. And I want to make sure that they still have a choice. So I would still prefer to level it. I think a $5 step can be kind of considerable for fixed income.
So is there a second for Councillor Chris' motion? Second. You're going to second it? Okay. So, and Councillor Chris, can you restate that motion, please?
I think she captured it. She has it up here.
Is it up?
It's up here. I had to switch.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to switch screens.
Thank you, our most excellent clerk, because I'm not sure I could have understood.
Okay, here it is. Counselor Chris moved to direct staff to adopt subsidy on need basis for opting out of smart meters to increase manual metering need charge, $5 in 2026 and add $5 in 2027. So it's been seconded by Counselor Popkin. You're still on, or you were just seconding? Okay.
I've been pretty brief on this one. I actually want to offer a friendly amendment, if that would be acceptable here, so that we could potentially streamline this discussion, because I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not sure this will pass, but I think I might have a solution here. And so I wanted to offer that responds to what Councilmember McCoy and others have offered, which is, if you'll accept this friendly amendment, that we still do it in steps, but we do $5 through the end of this calendar year, and that steps up to the full amount starting in 2026. So it's...
My understanding is the rates aren't going to change until 2026. According to...
Councilmember McCoy was saying immediately.
No.
No? Then never mind. I'll withdraw my friendly amendment. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, let's vote on this motion. And that failed with 6 against, 1 for. Counselor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would like to move that starting when staff recommended in 2026, that we begin charging $24.65 for our meter read customers, that 350 or so, with a recommendation that we educate those members of that section of our community to reach out to who's the appropriate, what's the appropriate group, cares? For assistance on a case-by-case situation.
So what is the amount? Are you saying that it should be $24.65?
No, whatever we do for cares, however it comes out, whether.
So if council wants us to have, one of the things you can direct is an adjustment based on cares, and we can bring back options once we get into the rate study for you all to consider versus trying to pin a number now.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
just
what
bring
I'm
back
saying.
different options for you.
Based on cares.
Based on cares.
So, Councilor McCoy, is your motion that we have the full amount of $24.65
Yes.
for the opt-out residents, and that it will be based on a need basis?
Yes, and our the active motion that is up here is to direct staff to begin charging 24.65 starting in 2026 for opt-out manual meter reading, with the recommendation that we educate those opting out about out to apply for the CARES assistance on a case-by-case situation.
Okay, do I have a second? Did someone second this?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferring. Let's vote. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ in opposition. And you needed direction on another portion of this, am I correct?
Yeah, so that kind of sums up what we were talking about with the electric rate study, and then next there's the sanitation piece. The last sanitation rate study was done in 2017. Since then, we've seen costs increase, particularly tipping fees, whether that's at the landfill for composting or for recycling.
Can I interrupt for a moment? What is a tipping fee?
The cost of us delivering our waste to someone else.
Okay. It's not tipping the drivers, right?
Tipping the truck.
It's the landfill fee that we pay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. No, it's okay. A couple of quick slides on operating expense trends. So here they're done by the type of waste, either curbside solid waste, recycling, special trash, composting. There's also administration. One thing you might notice is that the administration is the light blue bar on top. It appeared to grow significantly in 2023. What happened there is that there was a restructure within the city sustainability services that had been in the curbside solid waste moved into the administrative component. So it wasn't an increase in cost, it was a shift of where those costs were being captured. But you do see upward trend. And here, when we look at just the operating revenue in blue and the operating expense before depreciation in red, you can see that the operating expense actually exceeded operating revenues really in 2023, certainly in 2024. And so that's putting kind of the rate pressure that we're talking about. There are some things, just like on the electric side, where we're trying to provide some type of relief. And one of the things that will help reduce some of that revenue requirement is that the state did adopt an extended producer responsibility program, which the intent of that program is to fully cover and reimburse municipalities for recycling expenses. That will begin in July of 2026. We're still learning a bit more about that. We're going to learn some more about it next week, but we do believe that that's going to provide a little bit of rate relief as we look at what we're going to propose in August. The second thing that we're looking at, and it's not really providing rate relief, but it is a consideration that we'll be bringing back in August, is around composting. We could either embed the composting rate within the solid waste rate, or we could have a separate charge for composting as an opt-in service. We'll bring back both of those for your consideration in August. So we're not asking for that direction just yet. And with that, I'm going to let Chris talk about a few of the innovative ideas in waste services.
Mayor and members of council, Chris Huffer, Assistant Director of Water and Waste. Thank you for the opportunity to come tonight. I just wanted to brief the council a little bit as we're looking at rates, just on a few of the things that are happening in waste services. As you may know, that we've had a longtime manager that retired a year ago, Charlie Kamenides, and that our new manager, August Hendrickson, has stepped into his place and is doing a great job keeping operations going and moving forward the initiatives that we had previously been looking at. And some of those things that we have up here that Charlie Kamenides started was our CNG fleet, along with John Gage, and that has made a huge impact on the way that we operate and has been able to help us close that gap on some of the financial needs that we have. So we have not had to increase rates over the last years, as you saw in those previous slides. And that we are still expanding our fleet, that there are a few more diesel-powered trucks that we're changing out over the next couple of years. We're also looking into exploring an operational camera that's on every truck to include an AI component where it can examine the trash as it's dumped and can give us an idea of what contamination, if it's in composting or in recycle, and then we can notify customers immediately as to issues that we are finding as we're going along. So those are things that we're looking into and we're looking to implement here in the near future. And then also there are things happening at our Longmont Recycle Center that's on Martin Street. We're adding an additional compactor to provide additional service to the citizens of Longmont. Thank you. I also wanted to give you a brief look ahead as to what's coming also in our budget. As you could see in the previous slides that Lance provided, that our revenues are not keeping up with our expenses at this point in time. And so as we started the budget process this year, we had pressures such as Lance mentioned, as the tipping fees and the contract costs that we have with outside entities, and vehicles themselves have become more expensive over the last few years. That we were projecting that we will not be able to meet our minimum fund balance in 2026. So in order to bring a balanced budget to you, we are showing that we are cutting some of our operational expenses, and some of those include some of the outside or other services that we provide, such as leaf and branch collection, household hazardous waste events, shredding events, and hard to recycle events. Those in the budget right now are shown as being reduced or cut, but as we also talked about, there are opportunities for additional funds coming in through the EPR, and we're not certain as to what that will be and how that will happen, so we can't add that to the budget at this point in time. And then we're also looking into state grants that are coming out towards the end of the year that would help us with alternative fuel vehicles. We're hoping to get somewhere in the range of $100,000 per vehicle as we're replacing them. Also, with the rate increases, if you do vote on a rate increase, that would allow us to then backfill all of these programs, and that we would plan on bringing appropriations in January to bring those fully funded. All of the things that we cut, to bring those up to fully funded so that we can continue to provide all of those services to the people of Longmont.
So when I look at the reduced services, I kind of cringe at the hard to recycle, because all those electronics are going to end up in our landfill. People are still going to get rid of them. Is there any way that we can charge for leaf and branch collection? It's a service now.
Yeah,
but
let me give some context to this. So
Okay.
obviously by August 30th, I'm required by charter to give you all a balanced budget. Okay, so that's kind of setting the context of this. I think in this is, in order to do that, because what we've been doing, so when you look at the operating expenses and the operating revenues, they had a fairly strong fund balance. So managing that increase is something that we've been utilizing fund balance to manage over the last few years, because you're managing your cash flows, not wanting to push a rate increase when you still have fund balance available. What that just means is that's what the budget that we're bringing you. If council in the budget process directs the rate increase as part of the budget process, then as part of the budget, we can actually put it back in. Or if you don't do it as part of the budget process, but you do it and you say, we want to put these back in, we'll put it back in. So there's a budgeting exercise in this that's really a product of a balanced budget. That's really the question before you right now. These are the cost drivers. And if council says, yes, we want to do the rate increase in sanitation, we'll just do the calculation. And if you do it as part of the budget, as we're moving through the process, then we'll make those adjustments in the budget. Or November or December, we'll make those adjustments.
Okay. My other question was, you say that we have not increased revenue with all of our apartments that we are building and the population growth. are they using private haulers?
That's what we're prohibited from providing commercial services by state law. So there's only a certain type of commercial that we can serve. So like large apartment complexes, those are commercial services.
Okay.
Multifamily, 8 units and less we
Yeah.
can serve, so.
So I'm a little confused as to why the revenues went down if in fact the revenues did not go down?
Expenses went up.
Oh.
Can you go back to that
It
chart?
looked like the slide, the revenues went down as well.
So, yeah, in 27,
Operating revenue, yeah.
yeah, in 2018, there was a decrease in revenues. We went to a pay-as-you-throw model at that point, gave customers the opportunity to choose a smaller bin size. We did
Yeah,
see some of that,
that
and
did.
so there was a decrease in revenue in 2018.
Okay, that's where that's.
So if you remember when we actually, again, I think Becky and I and Eugene, there's only a handful of us that were here when council implemented composting.
Yes.
That's where the pay-as-you-throw came in, where people could actually opt down to a smaller size container at a lower rate. And so I think that's really what you're seeing in this is when people choose that smaller container versus prior to that, everyone had the same size of container for
Right.
trash.
Okay. All right, thank you for that explanation. Councillor McCoy.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Peck, can we go forward to your slides there about that? So when you're seeing leaf and branch collection, that's from the street level, not from at the drop off. Okay, so that is something that, you know, many people miss anyhow. So I kind of think that I mean, we know that people read cover to cover our city line all the time, I'm sure. And so so I know that people miss that date. They see their neighbors putting it out there, and then they go, "Oh no, I missed that window in time." Okay, and that's fine. And I wonder about how we're marketing those yellow top collections, real garbage collection. How we're marketing that, because are we seeing a sincere increase in the biweekly pickup? I'm trying to look at your graph there. Is that just over time more and more people are doing it, or are we seeing an uptick, more people actually using the yellow?
Oh, for composting?
Yeah, no, for trash collection, the yellow topped trash collections that is picked up every 2 weeks.
Yeah, Mayor Peck, Councilmember McCoy, we are seeing a modest but sustained increase in that every other week collection. It's still by far our smallest subscribed service. But where we're really seeing the big growth is people moving from the 96-gallon containers to the 48-gallon containers.
Okay, so reducing in size, but not quite making the full commitment. And is there, we've got a great team and a great access to the public through Nextlight and other ways of trying to convince more people to go with the biweekly trash collection. I'm wondering if some of those, more soft approaches wouldn't be a good way to also try to change this dynamic a little bit. But and some people just don't know, to the mayor's point, that more people will try to just throw in our trash, hard to recycle things, instead of just carrying over to the charm. I'm wondering how we can market that better to get people to do that, instead of having to have special days where we have that drop off, to get people to understand that it's just part of the being a good world citizen. But I see that we have to come up with something, and I feel bad that we can't do the leaf and branch collection. But if we can get more people to also compost and to take their compost of that type of material to the drop-off location. That's, I think, again, that's a bit of a marketing strategy to change that dynamic a little bit.
Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Chris, let me say that I really appreciate you suggesting reducing services to match revenue, because I think that's what a lot of businesses are doing right now. If we go back to slide 15, you'll notice that the operating revenue has really been flat and somewhat downward trending since 2024. I mean, we had the 2018 dive, but it's still downward trending. And the operating expenses are going up, which is pretty much everyone's graph right now, everyone that's in business. So businesses are looking to save a little bit of money. And the city council had implemented a more stringent recycle program for businesses as well. So they have those expenses. It's kind of hard to plan trash services for a business, but it's a little easier when it comes to electric service to say, we can't afford, to keep our lights on or to keep our air conditioning on or to, reduce the number of hours on have computer share time. And these are things that do get discussed. So I'm concerned if we raise rates, the people may reduce revenue even more in terms of cut usage. So I'm wondering if you've given any consideration to how to raise revenue. In other words, it would be nice if we had had the composting presentation, because maybe people who don't compost now might opt in, which is an accessory service that we could encourage some growth because it is a smaller service. And I welcome any other ideas you might have for increasing service in areas.
Yeah, I think that is our next thing that we wanted to look at, unless you have other questions.
It doesn't look like it, so go ahead.
Okay, so the second thing that we're seeking direction on is around the waste management fee. The waste management fee is a fee that is currently being paid by all residential and the multifamily customers that we have. The services that fee allow to happen are listed here. And if you look at the list, Main Street collection of solid waste, recycling, city parks, facilities, special event waste service, commercial customers are allowed to drop off cardboard and metal at the recycling center. The cleanup of illegal dumping, encampment cleanup, and then the adopted universal recycling ordinance, which will require some education. Many of those benefit commercial customers as well. And so the question, as we're updating this fee along with the other rates, the question to ask there is, do we want to continue to charge only residential customers the waste management fee, or do we want to consider charging both residential and commercial customers the waste management fee?
I think we should charge both, residential and commercial. Councilor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Beck. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on why we don't charge commercial customers the waste management fee currently?
Well, we're not allowed to provide commercial waste services. And so I think that we called this a waste management fee. And initially, we were just applying that as part of the sanitation fees. But as I said, there are many services here that the whole community is benefiting from. So.
Gotcha. Because we're not providing direct commercial waste pickup is why we're not charging a specific waste management fee. I understand. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
I'm going to make a statement. Here's why I think we should, and it's probably stretching a bit. But we do, with the cleanup of illegal dumping and encampment cleanup, we do a lot of cleanup behind commercial buildings. It is our staff that does that. And it might help if commercial entities figured out a way to not allow camping behind their buildings, or, and I don't know how you do that. I don't have solutions. But I think that the cleanup should be part of what the whole community takes on. It's not just the residents that should take on the cleanup of behind buildings, and to me it's just sharing the expense as well as the effort that staff has to put in to make that happen. Councillor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you on the cleanup. I think that's one of the impetus behind the right-of-way ordinance in terms of businesses are talking to public safety and also to city council about how much cleanup they have to do outside their commercial sites, and asking for some relief in that regard. And I've seen and experienced that myself. I received probably sometime last month a list of 22 items, and now we could add on maybe 2 more that businesses are required to pay for, that makes it harder and harder for them to do business. And they estimated that that would cost them about $1,500 more a month. And I think the idea is, and I agree with you, the concept of passing cost. But when pockets are empty, they're empty. So you run the risk of saying, we're going to pass this fee on to you, and the businesses say, sorry, we don't have the money to pay that. And then that refers back to what Lance remarked about in terms of people not paying their debt. And the thing is, how do you collect that debt? If there's no money, there's no money. In this case, having more retail sites filled and therefore encouraging more customer deposits, more customer, service fees, would help with your budget. And I feel like adding more expenses on businesses right now is not going to do that. And in fact, I don't just feel that way. I see their books as well. Wearing this together, we can't always kick the customer and then expect that our revenues are going to increase. We have to work together to improve our economy in this city. So I'm not in favor of charging more waste management fees for commercial.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferring.
Okay, and then I lost it. So in the, what we had to select, our council options, the second option was to collect the cost in this fee across all customers beginning in 2026. So then is that only businesses that are customers of, can you clarify that, please?
Yes, thank you. I don't think I worded that well at that time.
Okay.
So this would appear on your utility bill, and so if you were a utility customer, you would be paying this fee. So if you're a utility customer and living within the city limits, you'd be paying this fee.
Okay, and then if you are commercial, but you're not a customer of the Longmont Waste Management,
Right.
you
Yes.
would not be paying that fee.
No, you would.
You would, okay.
Yes, if you were an electric customer.
Yes.
Everyone in the city.
Oh, okay, I see.
Sorry.
And then what is the fee?
What is the fee?
Is it a percentage? Is it a flat amount?
No, it's a flat amount.
It's a,
Yeah.
flat amount,
Can you remind-
296,
I thought it was
Per
like
month.
$2 something.
Yeah.
So 296.
so almost 3.
So then it would not increase, but it would just expand to a larger group of people? Did I miss?
Well, so we are updating the costs, so we're looking
Okay.
at all of these costs.
Sorry.
And so we'll determine what amount
Yeah.
is needed to cover all of this.
Okay, that's going to come back to us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Well, that's a hard, so they're gonna update the cost. This is where it starts shifting. If they update the cost and you say, no, don't add commercial, then there will be an increase to the fee. If they update the cost and you say, add commercial, then you'll assess what is the potential, what is the revenue collection by adding commercial, and then that'll inform whether or not the 296 goes up and by how much, because you're actually having a larger number of people pay, so that may actually recover that lets you keep the cost flat, you're just expanding it. Or it may increase at a smaller amount based on the added number of people that are paying it. So your answer to this question will dictate what that increase is going to be.
Can you go back to the slide? There. And the other thing, a lot of the commercial haulers do not collect recycling. Some of them do. Western Disposal does, I think. So if they are dropping off metal, et cetera, at the recycling center, then they should also be paying some of those fees.
So Mayor Peck, with our URO, all commercial entities are required to include recycle in the services that they receive.
Okay.
So they are.
They are doing that,
They
okay.
are. But we are providing that opportunity for all residential and commercial entities to drop at the recycle center for metal and cardboard, because that it does produce revenue for the sanitation fund.
Correct. Okay. So,
Another clarification on this. So we have our recycling center off of Martin. So I think part of this is on the public facing areas, anyone can drop things off. Going through the gate, I think the only people that can go into the gate and drop off are those that actually have a waste. Is it any bill or is it a waste bill? That pay this
it's a
fee.
utility.
That pay this fee. So you have to show your bill and your ID, correct? So in this case, the commercial customers can't go in through the gate for those other options because they're not paying this fee. And so you all may have heard where sometimes landscaping companies get mad because they can't bring their materials into the gate. It is because they're not paying this fee to do that.
But if they do.
But if they did pay the fee, then we would revisit that operationally.
Which means they have to go out to the landfill to dump, like grass and, yeah. So, okay.
Is that right?
There are other places that they can compost. They can't take it directly to A1. There are some other opportunities, but I'd say overall the majority is taking it to the landfill because that's the cheapest tipping fees.
Correct.
So.
Correct. Okay, do I give direction or have a motion to direct?
I thought you did.
No, I didn't make a motion out of it.
So, go ahead. I heard you.
Did I make a motion?
You said going to, but you.
Oh, I wanted to hear the discussion.
So, now what are you gonna do?
So where's the direction that they need?
Oh, can you go to the next slide where the directions are? Yeah, this one.
Okay. So I move that we charge both residential and commercial customers the waste management fee. Second. It's been seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Seeing no one in the queue for discussion, let's vote. No one's slower than me.
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Yarborough.
I cannot get live meeting up. It won't come up. It says live meeting and then it switches.
Oh, yeah, it does.
I'm a yes. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
Oh, there it is. So that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That passes 4-3 with councilors, Mayor Pro Tem, with Councilor Diane Christ, Matthew Popkin, and Aaron Rodriguez opposing.
Okay, just two last slides. We're here tonight to talk about the current state. We'll come back August 12th to talk about the cost of service findings and the proposed rates. Assuming we get direction to bring that forth, we would bring forth ordinances probably in October. And those would potentially go into effect January 1st of 2026. And then lastly, I do want to mention, we mentioned CARES program a few times, but that is an opportunity to provide assistance to those in need. It's an income qualified thing, and we would expect that if the rates are adjusted, that the amount of the rebate will be likely adjusted as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Did you need direction on bringing those back, or are you just going to bring them back? Okay, great. Thank you, and sorry for the long debates.
I will say that much of what you saw here today is what you're going to see in the budget, and that we're going to have very similar, I mean, just based on what I'm starting to see is I think we're going to have very similar conversations with the general fund budget in terms of what revenues and expenditures look like, and so same pressures, same challenges that we're going to be that we're currently dealing with right now in terms of the general fund budget. Council may have seen that some cities in the area have had significant budget challenges, of which they're making midstream decisions. I think Boulder just cut their budget by $10 million, so they instituted a hiring, it was in the newspaper, they instituted a hiring freeze, and they also, I believe, cut their part-time temp positions based on what we're seeing. Our situation's a little bit different in that we're not seeing the property tax pressures based on us not allocating that 2.6 million where we held it in one time. So that's helping us in this. We are seeing sales and use tax challenges. We're watching it pretty close. So, you know, Teresa and I are talking about that on a regular basis. Again, something that's a little bit different within our budget. We created stability reserves. So you may remember that was another reserve that we created. So we're watching that pretty close because that's what the stabilization fund is for. But we're watching real time the numbers on a monthly basis because it's definitely a challenge for us. And so this is an opportunity for me to say, expect this as we're looking at the 2026 budget, because everything that they're experiencing, we're starting to see within our general fund budget.
Okay. Now we're on the most exciting presentation of the night, the minimum wage data and discussion about upcoming community engagement. And I'd like to invite staff, which is Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar.
Thanks, Mayor. As the mayor said, Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar, and Sarah Duval is with me as well from our
Great.
budget office, who helped us do a ton of budget or of data work, as some of you have already seen a little bit of it. So we are here tonight. Let me pull up my little presentation, our big presentation, the best presentation of the night. I don't know, Lance's is going to be really tough to beat, I have to say, but Sarah might be able to do it. So, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Just a quick point of clarification. There were some comments at the beginning of the meeting tonight that we were going to be making a decision on minimum wage. And I just wanted to make sure to clarify from my own understanding, which I think I understand, but also for the general public, that as we go through this discussion and presentation tonight, the city will not be making a decision on minimum wage one way or another.
No.
At any level tonight. This is an informational item that is intended to prompt discussion about further direction of where we want to, how we want to continue to have this conversation. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can we just wait 1 minute or 2 minutes?
Do you want to
really
take a
fast?
break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a break. It's time for sustenance.
I know, let's see what's next.
What are these?
Almonds? No. Something softer. There's another one. There's two of them.
What's this? 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ready?
We are ready to go.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor. Again, thanks so much for indulging us this evening to talk a little bit more about minimum wage data and discussion about the upcoming community engagement. As Councilmember Popkin mentioned at the beginning, the intention was not to ask you to make a decision on minimum wage. Of course, the council can decide anything you want anytime you want, but our purpose today was to go through the feedback that we had heard, some additional data that was requested from the council, and then just really kind of finalize the last direction that we had, which was to pull together a fishbowl conversation with businesses and impacted workers. So just to give you a quick overview of where we are, the journey so far. So you may remember this came up in a consortium of cities meeting, asking for us to take a look at different higher minimum wage locally within Boulder County. The Longmont City Council asked for more data and to do a fishbowl conversation with businesses and those who would positively be impacted. This is, when I say those who would be positively impacted, this is the workers, the businesses and the workers both. Today we're going to share the additional data and discuss the next steps to solicit that community feedback. The additional data that was requested, the City Council decided not to raise the minimum wage for 2025, asked for more information before he wanted to make that decision. Sarah has conducted additional data analysis on the 2024 employer data from the Longmont Economic Development Partnership to try to answer a couple questions. So she's going to try with her data to answer what kind of industries are paying minimum wage, how many people are employed, what businesses would be impacted, what's the impact if to the city as an employer if the minimum wage increases. Is there a benefits cliff? This is a new one. And what do the ranges look like for these jobs? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah so that she can go through her data analysis.
Thank you, Sandy. So to preface this discussion, well, first of all, thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time tonight. To preface this discussion, first I wanted to share the following graph, which is a logistic curve and generally represents how we might expect the wage distribution to look in any given community, including a community like Longmont. So on the y-axis, you can see we have the wage rate. So that's the hourly wages. And then on the x-axis, we have the percentage of the workforce making that specific wage rate. So in a typical community, we might see fewer number of people at the very, very low end of that wage distribution. And then as the wages increase, the percentage of the workforce making that amount of money and as a wage would increase at an increasing rate, or there would be exponential growth. And then as the wages got to the top end, we'd see diminishing growth. So a diminishing amount of the workforce making those very high amounts. When we talk about a minimum wage, what we're talking about is putting a floor on that graph. So saying those below that line would need to make at least that minimum wage line, and that would be the number of people that would be directly impacted. That doesn't necessarily measure the people who would be impacted through other types of changes. So someone who is currently making above that amount, but might see a decrease in their number of hours or benefits that they might receive, or who may see a shift in their entire pay range because of how different organizations adapt to a minimum wage. So a lot of the numbers we're going to look at tonight are looking at specifically who falls below that line, which industries or occupation groups are they a part of, and also how many people that is. So we'll go ahead and jump into it. So this is an overwhelming graph to look at right away. There's a lot of bars, so I'll try my best to break it down, and please let me know if you have any questions. So this graph and most of the data that we're looking at tonight is based off of the data we received from the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. The data they provided was 2024 wage data at an occupation level. So that's per position or occupation type, how many people worked in that position, how much were they making, what was the median wage, and what was the 10th percentile wage. And so we took that information and tried to break it down to help us better understand how a minimum wage shift could impact different groups. So each of the clusters of bars that you'll see on this graph are a different occupation group, and these are occupation groups defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Each of the clusters has a bunch of different colors. On the far left, we have the darkest blue. That is representing the current Colorado minimum wage of $14.81. And then as we move from left to right in each of the clusters, each bar represents a higher minimum wage scenario with the amounts in the legend on the right. The furthest right bar actually represents what we might see in natural wage growth in a year. The Colorado minimum wage is increased each year based off of the CPI, which is an inflationary index. And so that $15.25 that's shown in this graph is based off of a roughly 3% inflationary increase. What we might expect to see in 2026, even though the Colorado minimum wage for 26 is not yet available. So when we look at this graph, this shows us the average percentage of workers below the minimum wage by occupation group. And what this can tell us is which occupation groups in Longmont might be more impacted by a minimum wage shift. So specifically, I'd like to highlight the farming, fishing, and forestry group because, and I will highlight the top most impacted groups. The farming, fishing, and forestry group, you can see at the lower end of the minimum wages that are included in this graph, at least 25% of the workforce within that specific occupation group would be impacted. They were impacted from the minimum wage change from 24 to 25 and would be impacted at a high level at all of the minimum wages being looked at. There are other groups that would also be significantly impacted. So from left to right, building and grounds, cleaning and maintenance occupations. Like I said, the farming, fishing, and forestry, food preparation and serving related occupations. So those are our restaurant industry, personal care and service, sales and related, and transportation and material moving. So this graph is really telling us which industries we might expect to feel the impact of a potential minimum wage change first. This next graph looks at it in a totally different way. Yes, let's go back.
Thank you. Just a very quick clarifying question. What sector here would, like, where would grocery stores fall? Like, what category are they under here? Are they under sales and related? Are they under...
Yes, so it depends on which position within a grocery store. If it's a salesperson or a cashier, they would likely fall under sales and related because that's where most of our retail positions are
But
categorized.
if it's food prep, it would be food prep.
If it's food prep, it would be under food prep. So
Thank
if
you.
it's like a butcher or something like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I see we have Colorado minimum wage, Boulder County minimum wage. Where's Longmont's minimum wage? Just so that people can know what Longmont's minimum wage is.
Yes, thank you. So Longmont currently follows the Colorado state minimum wage, so the $14.81. The Boulder County minimum wage that's listed there of $16.57 is only for the unincorporated Boulder County, and that's because of how the state law that authorizes local governments to pass a different minimum wage from the state minimum wage is worded. I believe they're only authorized for the unincorporated portions of the county. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on with the data. So this graph is structured very similarly with the clusters of bars representing different occupation groups. And what you'll see here is that now instead of seeing a bunch of spikes, we're seeing a lot fewer spikes. And this is because we're looking at the number of workers. So instead of the percentage of workers which within each occupation group, we're looking at just the gross number of people that would be impacted. And in this way, we can see that our larger industries with people who are making minimum wage or would be making below these minimum wage scenarios are primarily focused in our food preparation and serving related occupations and sales and related. So that's our restaurants and our retail industry. Other highly impacted groups would be office and administrative support occupations, production and transportation and material moving. But what this tells us is that even though farming, fishing, and forestry may have a large percentage of their workers that would be impacted, as a whole, as a part of Longmont, they actually represent a smaller proportion of the total Longmont workforce. We can also look at this information in a different way, so stacking those bars together to see how the overall population and workforce of Longmont would be impacted. So to explain the type of graph that we're looking at, because it does look quite different, each of the bars, the vertical bars, represents a different minimum wage scenario, and each of the colors within those bars represent the different occupation groups. So instead of those bars being side by side, they're now stacked on top of each other. On the y-axis, we can see the percentage of the workforce impacted. So that's defined as the percentage of the workforce in Longmont below that minimum wage scenario. And what this tells us is that when the minimum wage shifted from 2024 to 2025, a little less than 5% of the Longmont workforce would have been directly impacted because they were making below minimum wage before. If the city of Longmont had adopted the same minimum wage as Boulder County unincorporated, the 1657, we would have seen closer to 9% of the Longmont population, Longmont workforce population being impacted. And as you can see, the percentage of the workforce impacted by different minimum wage scenarios would increase as that minimum wage increases. And this starts to match that graph we looked at the beginning, where we see it increasing at an increasing rate. On that far right side, I also want to point out that that is the expected natural wage growth that we might see between 25 and 26. So that's just about a 1 to 2% of the workforce per year we would expect to see impacted by the Colorado minimum wage shifting based on the CPI or inflation. Any questions?
I don't see any.
Great. So I will continue to move forward. After looking at that occupation level data, we were also asked to look at how does this compare with our sales tax data. The sales tax data can give us an idea or a window into how some of the industries in Longmont are doing. So how some of these businesses that are public facing, that are generating sales, how they are faring in the current economic conditions. And so specifically I looked at restaurants, and this looks at the Q1 of 2024 and 2025. So the blue bars represent 2024 sales tax data through the end of Q1, and the red bars represent the sales tax data through Q1 of 2025. So what we can see is that restaurants did show some growth overall in Q1, both across all of Longmont and downtown, although the downtown increases were a little bit smaller. So that may be an indicator that the restaurant industry in Longmont is doing all right. But what this doesn't tell us is what's going on the back end. So if they're also facing cost increases, and that might be leading to higher prices, which may be causing that sales tax revenue to increase, or if there's other conditions going on that may be impacting these numbers. But it does give us that window. When we look at retail, this looks different. We're actually seeing a decline in our sales tax revenue in the retail industry between 2024 and 2025. Downtown retail actually showed a little bit of an increase in the same period as all of Longmont saw a little bit of a decrease. So what this tells us is that the retail industry in Longmont is likely facing some pressures right now that's decreasing their sales, or at least decreasing their total revenues. So that's the business side. Now we want to look at the people side. How would someone individually be impacted? So to get a better idea of what would the actual impact to someone who would be seeing an increase in their wages from a minimum wage shift, we tried to identify the post-tax take-home pay for those people. So this graph specifically looks at an average entry-level wage increase. So these are our lowest paid employees across the Longmont workforce. And the tax bracket that we used was for a single taxpayer, so not someone who's filing jointly with someone else. And so what we see from that is that none of the minimum wages that are considered in these scenarios would actually increase somebody's tax bracket. And this is primarily because of the standard deduction that's available through the federal tax process. What we can also tell from this information is that due to the progressive taxes at the federal level, that no one would take home less pay due to reaching a higher tax bracket. So that higher tax bracket, if they were to reach it, that higher rate would only apply to the amount above the previous tax bracket. Generally, people would take home about 90% of what their pay increase would be from any given minimum wage scenario. A lot of the folks that would be most impacted by a minimum wage shift may be eligible for benefits. So we reviewed various different benefit programs across the state of Colorado and looked at what are the thresholds that those people would need to reach if they were working full-time, so that's 40 hours a week, in different household conditions in order to no longer be eligible for receiving those benefits. This is a little bit challenging to look at because there are so many different programs with varying eligibility requirements. On top of that, the eligibility requirements vary based off of somebody's household because one household makeup may need more benefit than another, and so those thresholds are different. What this data doesn't show us is how somebody's benefit level might decrease or change as their wages increase. So this shows the cliff, the point at which people in these household conditions would no longer be eligible for these programs at all. It doesn't show how, for example, with Section 8 housing choice vouchers, somebody may receive a smaller voucher as their wages increase, but they would still be eligible for those vouchers. So using SNAP as an example, we can see that a household with one working adult would actually need to make less than the current minimum wage if they were able to work full-time in order to lose eligibility for that program. So they would need to be making $14.48 an hour, which may apply for some tipped workers, but would not apply for non-tipped workers making the minimum wage of $14.81. For a household with one working adult and two children, so we can think of a single parent with two kids, they would need to be making $24.83 an hour, working full-time in order to lose those SNAP benefits. And for a household with 2 working adults and 2 children, that number drops to $15 an hour because there are now 2 incomes and only 1 increased individual in that household. So this analysis can tell us that there might be some unintended consequences for increasing a minimum wage. Ideally, you'd think that as somebody no longer becomes eligible for benefits, they're receiving an increase in their wages that decreases their need for that benefit. But what we see in practice is that those numbers don't exactly align all the time. Another challenge is that the thresholds for these programs are updated annually, but some of them are based off of the federal poverty level instead of local area median income or state wages. And so when they're based off of the federal poverty line, that number is not going to change as fast as we might see the local area median income change. And so groups who are receiving benefits that use that as a threshold may lose their benefits quicker.
Councillor Popkin.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm trying to digest this, but
It's a lot.
You brought up an interesting distinction before on tipped versus non-tipped workers, and if I understand correctly, in Colorado, it's about almost a $3 difference between the minimum wage for tipped versus untipped.
Yes, roughly.
The charts that we were looking at before, were those showing non-tipped workers, tipped workers, or both in some like aggregate form?
So the data that we received from LADP did not distinguish between tipped and non-tipped workers.
Okay.
So likely it did include both, but we don't have that a confirmation whether or not that was included.
So in theory, though I know you can't confirm this because we don't have that distinction into the data,
Yep.
In theory, some of the folks making below the Colorado minimum wage could be tipped workers.
They could
I
be.
mean, I'm trying to think, would they have to be if they're making below the state minimum wage? Who else would that apply to? Yeah.
Yes, for it to follow the law. The other tricky thing is the data was from 2024 and we were comparing it to the 2025 minimum wage. So some of those folks
If it's on the
may
cusp.
have been on the cusp, yes.
That would be the only legal way for that or tipped workers. Okay, thank you for that distinction. That was something that was a little fuzzy.
Yep. Any other questions?
Not yet.
Great. So I wanted to visually show how different households might be impacted, specifically for SNAP benefits, from different minimum wage scenarios. So again, like we were looking at for the post-tax take-home pay, this is looking at our lowest paid employees in the city. So our entry-level staff members who are making the lowest level for each of the occupations. What we can see here is that there are levels at which if the minimum wage shifts, someone might lose their benefits and they would not be making more in their increased wages than they would lose in their benefits. And so, for example, for a household with 1 working adult, they would be the increased wages that they would receive from an increased minimum wage would not offset the loss of their benefits until about that $16.57 or that Boulder County unincorporated minimum wage. After that point, the increased wages do offset the loss of benefits. For a household with 2 working adults and 2 children, the loss of benefits is more significant because it is a larger household, and so the benefit that they would receive monthly would be higher. And the income, the minimum wage level that they would need to be receiving in order to offset that decreased from benefits would be about $18 an hour. Now, the line for 1 working adult and 2 children, so those single parents with 2 kids, it's just 1 dot on this line, and that's because those households, they would not hit that benefit cliff until about the $25 an hour mark. And at that point, the increased wages that they would be receiving would offset the loss of benefits. So this helps us to better understand what would the actual impact to somebody be. What the data doesn't tell us and what's not included in this analysis is who those people are. I can share the percentage of the workforce and the number of people, but what I can't share based off of the data that we have is who are those people? What do their households look like? And that might be something that we can gain through the fishbowl exercise. So now we're going to get to a series of charts that look similar to this. So this is the wage distribution by occupation for all of the occupations in the area, in the data set we looked at. The darker blue X's represent the 10th percentile wage rate. The orange X's represent the median wage rate, and the light blue X's represent the 90th percentile wage rate, or what we might expect someone to top out at within the same position. So each occupation has 3 X's, and looking at the whole distribution, what we can see is that there's not a lot of movement within wages on the left hand of the graph. So those lower level wages, lower wage positions. But once we get to the higher paid positions, there's a lot more variation, and we might look at that in terms of there are highly specialized positions, whereas they get started, think a surgeon. They might make a certain level, but there's a lot of room for growth or specialization without moving occupations. But the part of this graph we're really interested in is right here, the people who would be most impacted. So if we zoom in there, this can give us a much more detailed look at what type of wage distributions we might see in each of these positions. So as I said, the darker blue X's represent the 10th percentile wage rate, or what we might think would be the entry-level wages for anybody in each of these occupations. The orange is the median, and the light blue is the 90th percentile. Now, when we see X's that are clustered together like this for the helpers, pipe layers, plumbers, and pipe fitters, that tells us that within that one occupation, there's not a lot of room for those staff members to grow within that position in terms of their wages. Instead, what they might find is they could be in a position for many years and not see much wage growth, or that might be a position that's a part of a series of positions. So they stay in that position with that job title for a certain number of years, and then they move on to, say, an apprenticeship, and then they move their wages that way by moving positions. The data doesn't necessarily break it down that way, but it does tell us that that specific position does not have a lot of growth. We can contrast that with the retail salespersons, which has quite a wide range when we compare it to the helpers. And this might be because there's more opportunity for promotions, wage promotions, or specialization within this position. So we might think of this as say potentially a retail salesperson at a store like Walmart or Target. The folks on the floor in the home goods section may receive a different wage rate than those on the electronics section, but they're still in the same occupation technically. They're still retail salespersons. And so we can see that there are some positions in this range that do have more room for growth without somebody moving between positions. Now, when we want to try to understand this information in terms of a minimum wage, what we can do is put a line on the graph. So this line is roughly at the $16.57, so that current Boulder County unincorporated minimum wage. And the impacted people would be below that line, so that shaded area. And what this tells us is a lot of the positions that would be most impacted are the entry-level positions. There aren't a lot of numbers of occupations where the higher level or the people making the 90th percentile wage would be impacted by a minimum wage at this level. There's a handful of occupations where the median would be impacted, but most of those X's are those dark blue 10th percentile wages, so those entry-level workers. And there are different ways that organizations might respond to a minimum wage at this level. Those might include deciding not to hire the entry-level folks. They might choose to hire people who are already working at a median worker level, so someone who they don't need to train quite so much. They might also shift the whole pay range, so instead of just hiring someone at that orange X level, they might shift all of the X's up by the amount needed to bring those lowest level workers up. Or they might move that lower level X without moving the rest of that distribution, which would be wage compression. And we can see an example of how wage compression has played out at the city by looking at our recreation wages. So Longmont is a employer as well. Most of the potentially impacted city positions from these different minimum wage levels that we've looked at already would be our part-time non-benefited staff members. In 2025, the minimum part-time pay at the city of Longmont is $15 an hour and 50 cents. So we can apply that here when we're comparing our recreation wages between 2017, 2021, and 2025. That dark blue should say 2025. And so we know when a few years ago, some of you may recall, some of you may not, that we had some hiring issues with lifeguards and keeping our pools open. And in response to that, we made some changes to the pay plan in order to increase those wages. Now, increasing wages for one group like that impacts the whole scale. So not only can we see that throughout that time, those lifeguard wages increased between 2017, 2021, and 2025, but that also impacted the part-time staff wages. So other positions that were part-time within our recreation group also increased, partially due to the same market pressures, but partially also in response to compression issues. So we can see for our part-time workers that in particular, there was an increase between 2017 and 2021 for the whole scale, but between 2021 and 2025, the bottom end of the scale became higher, but the top end of the scale did not become much higher, so that compressed a bit. Our full-time staff in recreation are the staff who are often supervising our part-time staff and managing the programs that those staff are working on. And so what we can see is that their wages didn't increase at the same rate as our part-time staff. And so this is where that compression starts to play into the city of Longmont as an employer trying to respond to recruitment, retention, and internal equity issues. So we can see that while there wasn't a whole lot of movement in that overall full-time staff pay range between 2017 and 2021, there was quite an increase in 2025, likely to address some of those issues and bring those staff members back to the benchmark.
Before you go on, Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate this. Looking at this graph, because of the uniqueness of it, would you explain to the general public what
Yes.
you're looking at? Because some of them might not have ever seen a graph that looks quite like this.
Yes, absolutely. I should have started with that. Thank you. So this is a box and whisker plot. What a box and whisker plot is intended to show is a distribution of a bunch of different data points. And so what the boxes are, so the colored boxes are the middle 50%. Anything between the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. The line is the median, and the X within those boxes is the average. Now, the lines on the outside of the boxes represent the next 25 percentile. So that represents the 0 to 25th percentile on the bottom end, and on the top end, the 75th percentile to the 100th percentile. The dots are outliers. Those are ones that don't quite match the distribution, and those are often because those are highly specialized positions or positions with significant supervisory responsibilities. Yep. So then looking at the all recreation portion of this graph, we can see how compression is playing in for the whole range of positions within that division. We can see that while they've been increasing from 2017 to 2021 to 2025, the bottom end of the pay scale is increasing more than the top end of the pay scale. So those wages are becoming compressed from the bottom up. And that may be what other organizations may see with a minimum wage change. Every organization will respond differently, and they may respond differently within their own organization for different positions based on the nature of that position. I also wanted to share the following map. It's a bit different shaped, but I hope you can tell that is supposed to be the United States. This is from the Economic Policy Institute, and it shows different minimum wages across the country. And so we can see that the gray colored states use the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25. And then the colored states with the darker blue, the colored states represent states that have different minimum wages. So the lighter blues have lower minimum wages and the darker blues have higher minimum wages. So we can see that Colorado is one of the states that has a different minimum wage from the federal minimum wage, but some of our neighbors do still adopt that federal minimum wage and don't have a higher one. So when compared to our neighbors, we do have a higher state minimum wage than some others. And not all of them have a separate state minimum wage. Do we have any questions on the data before I hand it over to Sandy to talk about how we're going to engage the community in this conversation?
I don't see anyone in the queue. This is a very sad map.
Thank you, Sarah. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all of the work that you have done to answer questions and to be able to bring this data forward to the public and to the City Council. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Sarah.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the upcoming community engagement in the fishbowl. So a lot of people are like, wait, what is a fishbowl? What are you talking about? So a fishbowl is a very specific facilitation technique where there is an outer circle and an inner circle. The inner circle engages in kind of a tough or a deep conversation, such as what are the pressures around an increased minimum wage, while the outer circle listens in. You can rotate people in and out of these two circles, but essentially it gets to a point where you're able to speak more freely and dive deeper into a specific topic with the smaller circle inside. And they can also, people that are on the outside of the circle can also offer feedback either during or after the meeting. And it really fosters active listening and allows a diverse perspective. So that's the direction that we received from the council, was to hold a fishbowl. We wanted to present some options as far as who you would like to have included in the fishbowl, and we are relying on our partners from the Chamber of Commerce as well as the LDDA to help us recruit some specific businesses that will be impacted, as well as our human service agencies for people who would be impacted. So our suggestion, based on all of the conversations, has been that we connect directly with small businesses in these areas based on what we've heard from the council so far. Retail, restaurants, transportation and moving companies, groundskeepers, paraprofessionals at St. Vrain, and daycare providers. And most of these follow right along with the data that you have seen already today.
Sandy, another group that is nonprofits. Generally.
Oh, nonprofits. Oh, yeah. And then also, in addition to those specific industry sectors represented, also voices from those who would benefit from an increased minimum wage. And so this is either, I know that Christina Pacheco has already reached out to some of our health and human service agencies to find out if there are people who would be willing to participate in the fishbowl, who may be making that minimum wage and are not the kind of teenagers that I think we think everybody thinks of when you think of a minimum wage worker. And also, if they're not able to attend, to be able to speak on their behalf or to collect data to be able to participate in the fishbowl. So that connection has also been made. And so those are the people that we think council is interested in talking to. And the questions that we think you have, or that you have expressed, are how do people move through pay ranges in your businesses for the business community? Do people come in and they stay at minimum wage for a long time, or as they get certifications, or, describe to us, how does it work in your specific business? Are there certifications that are part of movement? Do you achieve things in order to be able to make additional pay? And are there any unintended consequences or anything else that you want for City Council to know? These are the base questions that we would ask at the beginning of the fishbowl between the council and the members of the business community and the impacted workers. But from there, it really is up to the council to be able to dig in and ask other questions. The idea is for council to be able to get information that you need to be able to make a decision on whether to increase the minimum wage in Longmont.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
On the daycare providers, does that also include care providers for medical reasons, home providers, assistants? This isn't just for children, is it?
I think in this particular case, this was for children. This was the suggestion, but of course, that's what we're here to talk about tonight, is who else would you like to include? I'm adding nonprofits based on what Harold just said. Who else would you like to include? What would you like to clarify? And specifically, are there questions that you'd like to clarify or make sure are included in the beginning? So yes, if you would like to include
The
people who are
medical-
doing
Medical
medical
home
care
providers, yes.
we can certainly do that.
Assistance.
Yeah. That's, yeah, CNAs.
CNAs. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And so really, we just start with a few basic questions around, tell us more about your businesses and how pay works in your businesses. Tell us about your experience as a worker and what kinds of experiences you've had being someone who does make minimum wage or represents someone who does. And then talking through what are the consequences, both pro and con, so that council has a much better idea from those who will be most impacted by a decision.
Okay. Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Sandy, I think it might be slide number 6, but I'm agreeing with the mayor. I think there's a category for healthcare and then also healthcare helpers. And I think there may be a couple of other categories where people are making less than 25 an hour. So can we go back to
slide 6?
Slide 6, that might be it. Yeah, I was looking at 6 and 7 actually.
So I believe you do have in here the grounds clearing and maintenance, the farming, fishing, and forestry. We don't have any, we don't have that many employers in that area. Food preparation and serving, that's your restaurants. Personal care and service, that can be so well, differently defined that it sounds like we're talking about both child care as well as health care.
Yeah.
And then sales, retail sales, and then transportation and moving. So those were all included in the group. But if there are
We'll
specifics,
see how there's
you'd like to
healthcare
see.
practitioners and technical, but then healthcare support, there's quite a few, over 60%. And maybe also social services, which is at 35%.
Do you want? Let's go to the next. You're right. I think
Yeah.
we should go to the next slide
Let's do.
because that's the one that shows you the numbers. So because fishing and farming industries are super impacted, they're just not very many in Longmont.
Well, it's kind of hard to drill down on this because the first bar is 500 workers. So if we're talking small businesses, that's a lot of employees. So anything that we can actually see or that gets close to 500 is quite a few employees. Let me look in here. So healthcare support has quite a few. And production.
We'll go ahead and add the healthcare one.
And did you think production was included?
I'm not necessarily seeing that. We had, let's see here, paraprofessionals, daycare providers, groundskeepers, transportation and moving companies. Yeah, not necessarily manufacturing and production.
Okay.
But we can if that's what the council would like to.
It says office administrative support occupations.
And of course, we're going to ask the chamber and the DDA to help us recruit. We may not get everybody in every category, but we want to at least get an understanding of who you'd like to talk to.
And librarians.
Well, we can certainly find them.
Educational instruction and librarians. Yes, just to be clear, yes,
And
but
that one, That one is included.
Okay.
Paraprofessionals.
And do we have construction in there and extraction?
Not at this time.
Hmm. Okay, and then I also wrote down, so that was actually slide number 7. Slide number 8, what's on number 8? And I might have just been wandering around. You know, I guess the question that I had was this last box, Sarah, after looking at it for a while, the 15.25 natural wage growth estimate for 2026. It's really hard to tell what those colors are compared to your, particularly with the blues. I'm having trouble matching it to your titles here.
So the top 2 groups impacted at that level would be sales and related, so those retail occupations, and the food preparation and serving related occupations. That's the tan bar and the blue bar that you're seeing right there. The others are much smaller.
Yeah, what is this pecan color here? Would that be? I don't think it's computer. Would it be maybe personal care and service?
What's the purpose? I mean, I get what you're doing, but it's almost 11 o'clock, so what
Yeah.
do you want to do?
I'm-
The actual wage?
I just want to add a few more categories because I feel like we don't have a real comprehensive group there.
I'll say, I hope this will help with your question, Councilmember Christ. The categories that are called out, the occupation groups that are called out for the $25 an hour across all of the wage level or minimum wage levels that were looked at, those were consistently the top impacted ones.
Yeah.
So I'd say if you were trying to narrow it down to a top 5, those would be the top 5 impacted across all levels.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to expand it beyond 5. So,
You know, the other thing that I would mention, Councilmember
because
Christ, is
healthcare
that
has one. Go ahead.
the other thing I would mention is that you want to have a deep conversation. So you want to make sure that you know, for a fishbowl that you have a diverse representation. I think that's important. That's what you're going for.
Mhm.
But you also want to keep it to a small enough number that you can have.
Yes.
I mean, there are 7 of you, plus somebody I believe from the city of Lafayette, plus the businesses, plus the impacted workers. So we want to make sure that it's still a small enough group that you can have that very deep conversation. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be hearing from lots of folks. There will be lots of other folks in the room that we can continue to survey along with it. You know, because everybody who was part of the focus groups will hear about about this fishbowl, because I'll let them know that that's where we're going. So there's other things that we can do. One of the things that the chamber and the DDA offered was to do a Mentimeter kind of survey on the fly of everybody else who's there too. So just because you may not have certain industries in the fishbowl for the kind of deeper conversation with you doesn't mean that they won't be in the audience and couldn't also answer some of those questions. And we can ask them right away which industries they're representing.
Are you going to have multiple individuals from each industry or just 5 people?
I think we'll have to find out about the recruiting efforts from the chamber and the LDDA. No, I think you already have more. You already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even if you did just 1 from each industry, you already have 9 people representing different businesses and industries.
Okay, so we have more than the 5.
Yes.
Okay. And healthcare is on there.
Yes.
Healthcare helpers.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have one other question, which I would like to know or ask what needs to happen in a business for the business to be able to pay $25 an hour, to give them the ability to pay that.
I'm going to interrupt for a bit. We haven't said we're going to raise it to $25 an hour. So I don't know that question is valid.
Okay, so let's change it to not say $25 an hour, but ask what needs to happen in your business to create the ability to raise your base pay.
So can you put that on? Are you putting that on as one of the questions?
Yep, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Popkin.
Yeah, I think I just have one thought here, which is, you know, we're talking about the industries that we want to have represented, it's, you know, sometimes helpful to have individual perspectives, but sometimes also helpful. I mean, there are trade organizations that exist for a reason, and like Chamber is a great example of that, where there are multiple perspectives that come in through, filtered through one entity or one kind of spokesperson there. So maybe there's a balance of like, do we want to have, and we can talk with our partners here, of like, is it helpful to have one person that can bring in perspectives from multiple sources too, as part of the fishbowl, and not just individuals that purport to kind of represent one sector. The other piece that I don't see here that might be productive to have would be anyone who has more firsthand experience with how Boulder County's implementation has gone. Maybe that's beyond the scope of this fishbowl, but I just wanted to add that into the mix here. Thank you.
Okay, I think you can continue.
Very good. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate the additional questions and invitations. So the next steps is that leadership from the Chamber of Commerce and the LDDA have offered to partner in finding these businesses and specific industries to partner. They've also offered, as I mentioned, to do a simultaneous Mentimeter. I don't know why that's so hard for me to say today. Mentimeter to be able to kind of pull people on the fly that are participating on the outside of the fishbowl, so that you can also gain the wisdom from, you know, kind of the entire audience, not just those who you're speaking with specifically. Council invited other consortium cities to have this discussion as well on June 17th to determine interest, and the city of Lafayette asked if they could participate as well. So we'll make sure we keep them in the loop around what that looks like. And so what's left is determining a date. So I had thrown a couple dates in the council communication and then heard back from the chamber and DDA folks. July 24th may be a little too soon, maybe pushing them a little too soon to get folks. Suggestions were August 7, 14, 25, but the 25th may be tough for the chamber because they have unity in the community right in that same time frame. All of the dates that are on this slide have no other board and commission meetings in the evening, so there isn't any conflicts currently. Most of them are Mondays. I think one is a Thursday.
My direction is we do it August 14th.
August 14th.
Thursday, yeah, second Thursday.
Have some nods for that?
Yes. Is there anybody that is opposed to that date? Or have a conflict?
August 14th?
Yes.
Well, that's the first day of school for.
Are we doing it during the day? Day 2 of school?
First day of school?
So what's happening on the 25th? That's, no,
It's just a little tight for the chamber, is,
Yeah,
you know,
let's
with.
don't do it there.
Okay.
But is it gonna be at night?
I think we should do it in the evening, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I guess, you know, I mean, that's a good
Well, if you
question.
do it the 14th, do it in the evening.
Scott and Kimberly, do you have an opinion on that? Around evening versus daytime, or what may be easier for businesses?
Me either.
I mean, we want workers, so I guess I
Yes.
assumed that would be evening.
Then the 14th should work. For those that are employed during the day, you think it'll work? Counselor Popkin?
I think the time of day is actually very interesting to think about here, because there could be, depending on the sector, you could have very different schedules of who you want. So maybe we think about the timing offline here, just given the time of night this is.
Yeah.
But I think there's more thought that needs to go into that because of the differentiations in the sectors there.
I think I would certainly rely on our partners to, and, you know, and that includes our Health and Human Service Agency partners as well. So we'll come back to you with the time.
Have you?
But I understand first day of school, and August 14th is the current
Could be a Saturday
suggestion.
too.
Could be.
Copy with council that way.
Instead of coffee with council, maybe we could do a fishbowl. Especially if it's my council. Coffee with council. Yeah, especially if it's mine, yeah.
I think it's mine. I'm on board.
Let me look.
So if the LDDA and Chamber agree with a Saturday, they're not smiling.
I can recuse. Yeah.
That's true.
That is
Okay.
true.
All right, why don't we stick with the 14th, and we'll work with our partners to figure out what the appropriate time and place would be.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Anything else that you'd like us to consider before we move forward?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, really quick. Councilmember Popkin brought up a good point about having one person that kind of represents. We did hear from Alejandra Beatty, who it does represent union sector workers. So she might be one that, you know, would cover different sectors that we can remove from the list. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a good idea. I think there's some cross-cutting pieces. I know that the Lafayette City Council suggested maybe somebody who has businesses in Lafayette and in Longmont, you know, as a suggestion as well. So people who can represent multiple points of view would be helpful, I think. The other thing that I should mention, since we had some speakers that were concerned about not having participation, the fishbowl is a specific facilitation technique. There's not a lot
Yes.
of input to that necessarily. I will say that we have quite a list going of everybody who's participated in this so far, and I'll make sure that everybody knows that this is the next step that the council is taking so that everyone is aware.
I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock for just 10 minutes. 5. Do I get a second? I guess not.
Second.
I get, goodbye, everyone. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor, say aye.
Is it for 5 minutes or 10?
All those,
As quick as we can.
yes. In other words,
Yeah.
no long conversations.
Sarah and I are absolutely done.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm a yay. I'm a yay just because we have to finish.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarah and Sandy and everybody who helped with this.
I didn't capture everybody's vote.
It didn't come up, actually.
Mine's is,
I had to refresh.
okay.
Just say yay.
You
what are
can
we gonna
vote
do now?
verbally vote
Yay.
or raise your hands. Councilmember Popkin, are you a nay?
We are now at, oh, did you get it?
I do not have Councilmember McCoy, is it yay?
Yay, nay.
Did we pass?
Yes, there was just.
Yes. So that passed 4-3. We're now, final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anybody in the public that would like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close. Final call, public invited to be heard. Mayor and council comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to city manager remarks and city attorney remarks.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.